Good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the May 11th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. A quick announcement, staff is removed from the agenda prior to the 72-hour posting items 1D, 1E, 1F, and 3C. And I guess we're on to closed session.
Actually, let me call the roll. Sorry, Mary.
Oh, I always forget the roll because I see everybody in front of me.
It's okay. Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember McKeown.
Here.
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Hamilrich.
Here. And now we're on to closed session, right?
Yes, we do have a couple closed sessions.
Thank you.
Closed session is Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City versus City of Santa Monica. This is an existing litigation. We have another existing litigation. It's Jones Thomas versus City of Santa Monica. Next we have another, it's Richard versus City of Santa Monica. And then, as you said, items 1D, E, and F have been removed. And then we have our final closed session is existing litigation, John Doe number 1 et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Powell. John Doe number 1 versus City of Santa Monica Powell. John U.A. Doe et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Powell. John A.I. or Al Doe versus City of Santa Monica Powell. John Doe number 7 versus City of Santa Monica Powell. John P.S. Doe versus City of Santa Monica Powell. John F.M. Doe et al. Versus row number 1, row number 2. John U.N. Doe versus City of Santa Monica Powell. John O.Q. Doe et al. Versus the City of Santa Monica Powell. John Doe number 17 versus City of Santa Monica Powell. And John Doe number 18 versus the City of Santa Monica Powell. And we have no callers at this time for closed session.
And City Attorney, yes, I was going to ask about recusals, yes.
Two things. First, on item 1G, Councilmember De La Torre, this is the item on which you have previously recused yourself. Am I correct that you'll be recusing yourself from that for the same reasons you stated on the record at a prior session?
Yes, correct.
And so, Mayor, I would suggest that we take the other matters in closed session first, and then when we get to that matter, we can ask Councilmember De La Torre to leave and return to open session.
Thank you.
And with that, my estimate for the time that we will spend on the items in closed session is approximately 75 minutes, which will put us at 6:45, and that is merely an estimate.
So to members of the public, we should be back around 6:45. Our city attorney has been pretty good, but sometimes we err. So start at 6:45 and we'll try to be back by then. Are there other recusals on these matters? I see Councilmember McCowan. No? Or are you just asking? Okay. So we will retire to closed session and we will be back, we hope, at 6:45. Thank you.
Voting has started.
Good evening and welcome back to the May 11th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. And I'm going to turn to our city attorney, Mr. Cardona, and ask him if we have any matters to report out.
Thank you, Mayor. On items 1B and 1G, those matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1A, this litigation relates to SMCLC's claims that the city's decision in July 2020 to proceed with negotiations with the developers of a proposed project on parcels located at 4th and 5th and Arizona in Santa Monica violated the Surplus Lands Act. The city does not admit the allegations in SMCLC's lawsuit and does not agree with the merits of SMCLC's claims, which were rendered moot by the Council's December 15th, 2020 decision to terminate negotiations with the developers. SMCLC has dismissed its complaint, but has filed a motion seeking attorney's fees. The city does not admit the allegations in or agree with the merits of SMCLC's motion for attorney's fees, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $115,000.
And I will move settlement.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
No.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes 6-1.
On item 1A,
We just did 1A.
You just did one.
1C, the plaintiff, now deceased, alleged that he suffered severe spinal injuries and partial paralysis when he fell from his seat on a Big Blue bus on October 17th, 2018, and that the fall was the result of the bus making a right turn at too high a speed. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $125,000.
I move settlement.
I second.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McCune,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that also, that passes unanimously.
And that concludes the closed session calendar.
Thank you, City Attorney. And we're on to 2, I guess. Denise, thank you.
Yes. Item 2A is a proclamation, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
And I do have the proclamation, but I believe we have a staff presentation. I want to start by saying that this has been a terrible year, in particular for Asian American Pacific Islander communities, which is actually over 30 distinct groups. And I personally want to tell them how sorry I am, and how the city too wants to support you in any way we can, but the latest incidents have been unforgivable, and you do have our support. But who's presenting from staff? Lane?
Good evening. Yes, this is Sonny.
Oh, Sonny, sorry.
Manager. So I think our presentation receipt is after, I believe, is after the proclamation.
Oh, okay, so I will do the proclamation first. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
It's okay. I'm not sure exactly there at the routine either.
Yeah, well, and I sometimes get, it sometimes is more seamless than others, but let me read the proclamation. And I will read select portions of it so as not to be here for too long. But I do want to say before you have the presentation, there is a longer version of the presentation that Sunny will be presenting you that we just couldn't accommodate tonight. But it's fantastic, and it will be posted somewhere that Sunny will tell you, and I encourage you to see it. So on that note, here's my proclamation. Whereas members of the Asian American and Pacific Islander AAPI community represent over 30 ethnically distinct groups originating from the Asian and Pacific regions. And whereas since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, there has been exponential growth in violence and hate against the AAPI community, largely because of very public and racist rhetoric rooted in harmful stereotypes. In the past year alone, hate crimes towards AAPI have increased by 114% in Los Angeles. And whereas people from Asia and the Pacific Islands have shaped the history of California, even before statehood in 1850. From gold mining and railroad building to agriculture, urban development, and beyond. In particular, Chinese migrants built the rail line to Santa Monica that made the city an economically viable town at its very inception. And whereas, despite these contributions, the United States passed the Chinese Exclusion Act in 1882, which remains the only law implemented by the U.S. government targeted to prevent immigration by an entire ethnic or national group to the United States. This was followed by the Immigration Act of 1924, which sought to prevent immigration by Asians and set caps on immigrants from the East. Asian hate and fear facilitated the internment and relocation of Japanese Americans during World War II, and whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have repeatedly been scapegoated for social and economic ills, endured legal and de facto segregation, and have been excluded from land ownership, voting, and other aspects of citizenship. Members of the AAPI community, including the city's AAPI employees, share all too common stories of bullying, disrespect, and explicit and implicit bias. And whereas to end AAPI hate requires dismantling all racism and race-based hate. The AAPI community stands with Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, communities who have suffered social, economic, and physical harm from generations of systemic racism. And whereas the city's political and administrative leaders have a civic duty to speak out against the violence and hate perpetrated against members of the AAPI community and to celebrate the contributions of the AAPI community. Now, therefore, I, Sue Himmelrich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2021 as Asian American Pacific Islander Month in the City of Santa Monica, and encourage all citizens to join me in this. So thank you, and Sunny, I look forward to seeing your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a quick speech that our group has put together here at the city team, and we also have a short video following that. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm honored to represent the AAPI team here at the city, and on behalf of that AAPI team, we would like to thank you for taking the time to acknowledge the AAPI community and staff through this proclamation tonight. The month of May is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, where we pay tribute to the generations of Asian and Pacific Islanders who have enriched America's history and continue to contribute to our country's future success. The AAPI community currently make up about 7% of the total U.S. population and is projected to be the nation's largest immigrant group by the middle of this century. In light of recent increases in Asian hate crimes across the country, including in Los Angeles County, where Asian hate crimes have increased by 114%, it is important to highlight the contribution of the AAPI community have made and continue. I would like to take a moment to share a little bit of Santa Monica history that is unknown to most people in relation to the AAPI community. And credit of this history goes to Homanesh, or Haka, as Mordazai from Rent Control, for contributing to this little-known history about our city. California's first Asian residents arrived at the same time as its Anglo ones when gold was first discovered in California. Chinese migrants from southern China, escaping civil war and famine, arrived in Northern California and started to work in mines that are too difficult and abandoned by Anglo miners. When mining magnate John P. Jones drew up his plans to develop Santa Monica as a rival port to Los Angeles, he recruited Chinese laborers from Northern California to build a new wharf and a rail line, the Los Angeles Independence Railroad, to link Santa Monica to Los Angeles and beyond. The hard work of these Chinese laborers helped establish Santa Monica when the first lots of the new town were sold in July of 1875. Japanese immigrants also played a key role in Santa Monica's early days by establishing a fishing village past Santa Monica Canyon. The village prospered and even served as a tourist destination until a fire ravaged the village in 1916. While many Japanese Americans relocated to San Pedro after the fire, some stayed and became early residents of the Ocean Park and Pico neighborhood. However, when anti-Japanese hysteria swept through Southern California after Pearl Harbor, many of the Japanese Americans in these neighborhoods were ordered to be relocated to internment camps, causing them to lose their homes and their businesses. Many of us in the AAPI community, just like other immigrants and minority groups that came to this country, we came here to chase the American dream in the land of opportunity. My American dream when I immigrated to the United States was simply to watch a Lakers game live one day. I was 8 back then, and all I knew of Los Angeles was the Showtime Lakers. But joking aside, I did immigrate here from Taiwan with my parents when I was 8 years old without knowing a word of English. And through the sacrifices my parents made, I am lucky enough to be a first-generation college graduate in my family, and that was the American dream my parents had for me. But along that journey of growing up in Southern California, I experienced firsthand the discrimination and racism towards the AAPI community that we see in the news today. From racist sentiments to just being jumped after school because I was Chinese. Luckily, I had my brother, he had my back. I was reluctant to share my story at first, and growing up, I was ashamed of my story. But I realized with recent events that for our society to improve and for our children to have a better future, we need to share our story and have others understand that we have shared similar struggles just as them. We're in this together. The AAPI community is often portrayed as the model minority because we are well-educated, we work hard, and many of us are successful. However, Asian Americans make up about 12% of the country's professional workforce, but just less than 1% of the S&P 500 CEOs are of Asian descent. There's definitely work to be done there. The theme of this year's AAPI Heritage Month is Advancing Leaders to Purpose-Driven Service. This theme is particularly relevant to our AAPI city staff, who work in every corner of our organization to serve our Santa Monica community with both commitment and passion. We want to take a moment to introduce some of our faces of our AAPI city team and ask you to join us as we celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in our purpose-driven service. So we have a short video. The longer video will be posted on the city's YouTube channel after tonight's meeting. And I want to thank Nikki Newsom for helping us upload the video and get that working tonight too. And we'll play the video now.
Thanks, Sonny.
Thank you.
안녕하세요. I'm Debbie Lee, the Chief Communications Officer for the City of Santa Monica and a proud Korean American. May is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and this year's national theme is Advancing Leaders Through Purpose-Driven Service. This theme is particularly relevant to our AAPI city staff, who work in all corners of the organization to provide services with both commitment and passion. We wanted to take a moment to share some of the faces of our AAPI city team and ask you to join us as we celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month.
Hi, my name is Alia Buttar, and I am a Senior Human Services Analyst in the Housing and Human Services Division in the Community Services Department.
Salam, I'm Hachomanish Mordezai, Staff Attorney with the Santa Monica Rent Control Board.
Hello, I'm Linda Cogswell. I'm an Architectural Associate with the Public Works Department.
Mabuhay! Ako po ay si Rick Valti, ang inyong Director ng Kagawaran ng Public Works.
Hello, 大家好，我叫楊以煥. Hi, my name is Yvonne Young. I'm your Resource Recovery and Recycling Administrator for the City of Santa Monica. I'm Chinese American, and I grew up in Hong Kong under British rule, where the word tomato was pronounced tomato, and Cantonese was and remains my first language. I came to this country as an immigrant at 17 years old because the United States, or Mei Guok in Cantonese, literally means a beautiful country. I'm extremely grateful for the higher education and all the opportunities this country has given me so far. But at the same time, I've faced my fair share of racism, from microaggression to name-calling to bullying. So in my mind, dedicating my life to public service is the most direct way of making a difference and giving back. Today, I'm proud to be a member of the AAPI community. And these days, purpose-driven service means promoting the concept of waste reduction in ways that make sense to the environment and to our ratepayers.
Hi, I'm Tony Kim, City Planning Division, Community Development Department. I'm a Korean American, born in Los Angeles.
Sanam, I'm Saad Malan, and I am your Civil Engineering Associate and Construction Project Manager in the Public Works Department.
皆さん、こんにちは。私は松下陽子です。私は Community Services Department の Housing and Human Services Division に働いてます。どうぞよろしくお願いします。
大家好, my name is Alvin Ho. I'm Chinese American and I am your Rent Control Office Coordinator.
Hi everybody, my name is Roxanne Tanamori and I'm a Principal Planner in the Community Development Department. I'm proud to say that my dad immigrated from Japan in the 1950s and my mom's parents immigrated from China in the 1930s. Their story is an Asian story, it's an immigrant story. It's also, I think, very much an American story.
Mayong aga sa inyo tanan. I am Chuck Palacio, Fiscal Technician in the Admin Division of the Human Resources Department.
Hello, I'm Anuj Gupta, your Deputy City Manager in the City Manager's Office. I am proud to be an Indian American, drawing upon a rich culture with a deep commitment to putting family and community first. This informs my passion for serving our great community and working to make it more vibrant and inclusive every day.
I'm proud to be an Indian American Santa Monican.
Magandang araw. Ako si Maria Umri Gayon Dakanay Wisner, and I'm your admin analyst in the City Clerk's Office. With my family, I marched in the People Power Revolution of the 80s, which led to the end of a long dictatorship and the first female president of the Philippines. Today, I help organize free, fair, and safe elections for Santa Monica.
大家好，我叫张玲. My name is Ivy Chang. I'm a Senior Administrative Analyst in the Housing and Human Services Division.
Hello everyone, my name is Swen Yang. I'm mainly of Chinese descent with some Malaysian on my paternal grandmother's side. I was born in Vietnam and came to America as a refugee. I grew up in Salt Lake City, Utah, and although I'm a semi-Californian now, I still consider Salt Lake home. As I continue to educate myself and read about the Asian diaspora, I've noticed that there are many who may have felt invisible, but are now reclaiming for themselves what it means to be AAPI. In essence, to redefine the term so that it is more inclusive, more representative, and more powerful for all Asians. In this sense, I think it is a celebration of Asian diversity and acclamation in America.
早安，大家好. It means good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Sunny Wang. I'm the city's Water Resources Manager.
Hi, I'm Thomas Crew. I'm the
Senior Analyst in Water Resources.
Hi, my name is Chris Aguilian. I'm a Senior Water Resources Protection Specialist.
Hi, my name is Amidel. I'm a water chemist. Hi, my name is Jack Miyamoto. I'm the lead water chemist.
My name is David, Water Resources Protection Specialist.
Greetings, good evening, ni hao, buenas noches. My name is Patty Wong, and I am the director at the Santa Monica Public Library.
Sawadee Krub. My name is Pirwat Prasajalarn, and I'm your Staff Assistant 3 in the Airport Division of the Public Works Department.
Mayo ang hapon. My name is Patty Manalo, and I'm your Administrative Analyst for the Resource Recovery and Recycling Division here within the Public Works Department.
Hi, Ho. My name is Emily, and I work in the Mobility Division.
大家好，我是杨静怡. Hi, I'm Jane Yo. I'm your Planning Manager for the City Planning Division.
Greetings, Council members. Thank you for taking the time to honor and acknowledge your AAPI community and employees. I am here to stand in solidarity with my AAPI colleagues and share a part of my AAPI experience. I am a Korean Anglo-American, also known as Eurasian. My mother was Korean. I was born in New York City and raised in an Irish-Italian Catholic working-class neighborhood. Growing up in New York in the 60s and 70s was a fantastic experience, but like many of my AAPI colleagues, I experienced unwanted attention because of my Asian features. As a result of this, I tried to blend in as much as possible to avoid attention. The recent hate crimes against Asians has revived fears of bias felt by many AAPI citizens, many of whom grew up in largely white communities like myself. Countering bias can only be accomplished through awareness, community outreach, and calling out bias when it happens. That is why this proclamation, though largely symbolic, is so important. Thank you.
That was very moving.
Yeah, thank you. We hope this presentation has made you, as well as the community, aware of the contributions the AAPI staff contribute towards the community, as well as our gratitude that we feel in working for the city. So thank you for the time tonight.
Thank you all who put this together. I too was very moved. I get a little weepy, but thank you so much to all of you who put this together. And I'm going to take this opportunity. I think we all should applaud, because this was fantastic. Thank you so much for this, Sonny and Debbie and Patty and everyone, right? I know all of you, and thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. And now I have a proclamation for our Public Works Department. This is item 2B. Do you need to call it, Denise?
Nope, you did a great job.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just say, this is a proclamation designating May 16th to 23rd as National Public Works Week. I note that Public Works is very well represented in the AAPI presentation, but I'm sorry, you only get a week in this proclamation. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Santa Monica. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Santa Monica to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in our community. And whereas the year 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Sue Himmelrich, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of May 16th to 22nd as National Public Works Week in the City of Santa Monica, and urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our health, safety, and quality of life. So thank you all very much. We know we could not run the city without our Public Works Department.
I believe Rick Valti is going to accept it.
Oh, good.
So thank you, Mayor Hillrich and the City Council. Good evening. This time last year was a difficult time for all of us and did not provide us with much of a celebratory environment. But today, reflecting on the challenges we went through and the successes of our responses over the past year, we recognize the resilience of every single team member and how Public Works pulled together as a department. We realize we are indeed stronger together. While social distancing protocols remain in place and celebration options are still limited at this time, we are bringing back the Public Works Employee of the Year honors, one of the many exemplary employees in each of our divisions. These outstanding individuals will be highlighted on the department's website and on the city's social media throughout Public Works Week. The media postings will be inviting the public, including yourselves, to send notes of appreciation to these employees. We're also posting giant banners throughout City Yard to ensure that Public Works Week does not pass by unnoticed. To all of our colleagues in the Public Works Department, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We are extremely appreciative of our staff who had to pivot and come up with ways to be able to effectively do their work from remote locations. And while we recognize and are grateful for the efforts of a Public Works employee for taking us through an unprecedented time, we wanted to offer a little extra recognition and acknowledge those members of the Public Works family who continue to report on-site throughout the pandemic. And I'm talking about the custodian who continue to clean the assigned facilities day in and day out. I'm talking about the RRR operator who continue to pick up the garbage and recyclables. Talking about the folks at the treatment plant who continue to provide safe water for everyone. I'm talking about our groundskeepers and our maintenance workers who continue to maintain our streets, our parks, our beaches, the airport, and all of our other infrastructure. I'm talking about mechanics who continue to maintain our fleet of city and emergency vehicles. I'm talking about the electricians, the painters, the carpenters, the plumbers who kept our buildings in check. I'm talking about the folks in construction who continue to ensure the capital improvements were built safely and correctly. I'm talking about the cemetery staff who facilitated compassionate services for families impacted most tragically by COVID-19. And I'm talking about the legions of other colleagues who continue to deliver numerous services to the community on the front lines. And as a small token of our appreciation for these frontline colleagues, a special box lunch will be provided on Wednesday, May 19th. And to those members of our Public Works family, thank you for following the city's safety protocols. Thank you for continuing to report to the job site throughout the pandemic. Thank you for continuing to be on the front lines. And thank you, Mayor and City Council, for recognizing Public Works Week.
And thank you, Mr. Valti. I should note that my first trip on a work visit was to the Public Works yards with Council Members McCowan and Para. And let me just say that those folks were on the job, and Rick was there. A lot of the people you've seen tonight were there. They had no break from this pandemic. They had to go and do their work, and because of them, we could stay home. So thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Councilmember McCowan.
Mayor Hemorich, may I just say, it may be out of order, but I was so deeply moved by that presentation. And as someone who's new to council and hasn't really had the opportunity to meet all of these folks in person and engage with them in person, but only via email and Zoom, that was just incredible. Thank you for sharing your stories and your experiences in all their challenge and difficulty. And we extend a deep virtual hug. I'm immensely grateful for hearing your stories and even seeing the next generation in little Veer Gupta. So adorable. Thank you so much. I was in tears like the whole time. It was beyond touching.
And I do encourage everybody to look at the city's YouTube feed, because the video that was put together to celebrate this month is really amazing. So the city's YouTube feed, it should be right at the top. And maybe we'll put it on the top of the city council meeting after tonight too. So on that note, Denise, I think we're on to consent.
Yes, consent. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and we have no callers.
Does any member of council want to pull any item for discussion? Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, I lost the computer. There's one related to the a grant for a license for the police department to, I guess,
3F, Oscar.
Yeah.
You want to pull 3F?
Yes, 3F.
Does anyone want to? Are there any other items you want to pull? Seeing none, may I hear a motion for the rest of the consent calendar?
Move that the remainder of the consent calendar, which I think excludes not only 3F, but was it 3C that staff had pulled? So I'll move the rest.
That's right. 3C is pulled too.
I'll second.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes 7-0, and
let me call
3F
item 3F.
Okay, good.
Let me
Thank
call
you.
3F. It's authorization to accept the 2020 Urban Area Security Initiative grant funds for Homeland Security projects and enter into a sub-recipient agreement with the City of Los Angeles. And Councilmember De La Torre pulled this item.
And do you want a staff report? Do you have particular questions? What are you looking for?
Yeah, just a quick. Just in terms of the handling of the data, there was some concerns I received by some emails, and I just wanted staff to just make sure, that we explain sort of who owns the data, how is that data safeguarded within our police department, is it shared with other departments, Homeland Security, and so forth.
Chief Seabrooks, do you want to address that question? We have both Chief Seabrooks and... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor and Council. Captain Covarrubias should be on the Zoom, and she can address those issues, and there she is. So I'll defer, Captain.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. Appreciate that question, Councilmember De La Torre. So to answer that directly, we keep our information in a silo. As a matter of fact, Lieutenant DeAndrea, who's also on this call, just did an audit on our systems to see who gets that information, what we do with it, and so forth. And all of that information is kept in-house. So for historical information, for those of you who are new to council, we've always had an APLR system. Right, and so this is not anything new that is to the city. This is something that we keep and we maintain on a year-to-year basis as needed. And so information that we retrieve from this system is kept in-house. We do not share it. As a matter of fact, we don't even take in other information from outside sources. So this information that we have is used for investigative resource if necessary, and that is always audited and tracked and vetted. It works along the lines of a right to know, need to know type of program. So to answer that question, sir, that is only information that we have within the Santa Monica Police Department.
Great. Thank you very much. That was it.
Hey, Mayor.
Councilmember McHugh and then Councilmember Brock, and I'm sorry, I had muted.
As long as the item is pulled and we're asking questions, I want to also ask about how long internally protected we retain that data. I'm not as concerned about it as I used to be under a previous federal administration, but if we have data, it could be subpoenaed, I assume, by the federal government. So how long do we retain that information? I'd be concerned about long-term patterns of people's travels being somehow legally taken from us. Do we retain it for more than 30 or 90 days?
Sir, our audit system is that we retain that information for not longer than a year.
Is that period of time, a year, justifiable as what you need for investigation of local crime?
That is correct, sir. That is best practices, and that is something that we adhere to, and we ensure that those safeguards are in place. Every year we do an audit of that system to make sure that we do not retain information for longer than that, and we have not.
Thank you, and I hope that question didn't catch you by surprise, but I've long been protective of civil liberties, and data collection can sometimes be a threat to those. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Brock.
Well, I realize we're talking about something and the people listening in or watching may have no idea what this grant is for or what we're really talking about. Captain, can you give like a 100-word maximum explanation of without going into, copious detail, what this grant is for, and so that the people who are watching and listening can understand? Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I will do, because it's only right that I do so, is I'm going to hand it over to Lieutenant DeAndre, who's been active into this grant since the beginning, and he can pretty much colorfully address that question and provide a simple response so that everyone can get a grasp as to what we need and why we have it. So, Lieutenant DeAndre, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Lieutenant DeAndrea. So the automatic license plate reader system allows us to put a protective bubble around the downtown area and the pier. And it gives us the ability to do follow-up investigation and safeguard our critical infrastructure from attack. Excuse me.
No, pick that kid up. Come on, pick him up. Come on and keep talking. Pick the child up and keep talking. Come on. There we go. Okay, now.
Watch. Okay, so the ALPR. Excuse me 1 second. I'm very sorry.
Through the night where we find out our staff have adorable children.
What children are not adorable, but these are the cutest ever, right?
I'm going to save the lieutenant for a second and ask Chief Clemo to talk about the fire department portion of the grant. Okay. I think we want to hear about as well.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate the time tonight. The Urban Area Security Initiative grant, which is a grant the city's enjoyed for many, many years, provides us with much needed equipment and training to both the police and fire department, and in this year's case to our information securities department. So we have been very fortunate. There's over $2 million worth of grant funding available, and it's funding 4 key areas. One is fire department related equipment, both personal protective equipment, vehicle extrication equipment, etc., personal protective equipment as well, turnouts that we have, ballistic vests, etc., that we use. But it's also funding cybersecurity grants, which are a real emphasis this year, as well as phase 1 of the peer security initiative that I believe Lieutenant DeAndrea is very involved in. And then the fourth is the ALPR component of it, or the automated license plate recognition software, which as soon as Lieutenant DeAndrea takes care of his fatherly duties, will probably be able to articulate a lot better than I can. But we go to both police and fire often write the staff report together to accept the money together because it's just a much more efficient means of doing so. So, Lieutenant, looks like you're freed up. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. We handled the Spider-Man watch crisis. So with the ALPR, the automatic license plate reader data is going to be able to provide our investigators with the ability to do follow-up on crimes that occur in the downtown area and the pier. It's also going to give us early warning detection on vehicles and persons that are possibly on a hot list or are flagged for either various being a fugitive or wanted or dangerous felon in the area. So it's going to give us that protective bubble. Currently, we have 4 ALPRs in use, and they're all mobile, and we would be increasing by 18. And they would be trailer mounted, so we would be able to provide the bubble around the pier in the downtown area, and if need be, shift that to high crime areas or to specific purposes so we can better direct our patrol resources and investigative resources to serve the community.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions of the chief and captain and lieutenant and yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I'd like to move the item and thank all of our public safety personnel for their service.
Thank you all for being here tonight. And do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Moved by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. And so that passes unanimously. And again, I want to thank you all for being here. Madam Clerk, we are on to item 7.
Yes. Second reading and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Santa Monica, amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.12.1055 to allow the citywide operation of remote control delivery devices by operators participating in the Zero Emissions Delivery Zone pilot program. And this is a second reading.
May I hear a motion?
Move adoption.
Second. Moved by Davis, seconded by Himmelrich. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously. And now we are on to our main attraction of the night, and that would be item 8A.
Item 8A is OIR Group Independent After Action Report and Evaluation regarding events leading to, during, and following May 31st, 2020. And we do have some video callers for this, as well as audio callers.
About how many do we have, Denise? Just to
I know we have two video callers, and at this moment we don't have any phone callers yet.
Great, thank you. So if you want to call in on this item and you're watching this meeting now, this is your time to call, because once the public begin to speak, the queue will be cut off.
So, Mayor, I'm going to do a very brief introduction before turning it over to the representatives from the OIR Group. But basically, as Council recalls, last August, the City Attorney's Office was directed to retain an outside expert, prepare an independent after-action report and evaluation regarding the events leading to, during, and following May 31st of last year. In October, after a formal procurement process, OIR Group was selected to prepare that independent after-action report and evaluation. They began work in late October, and they have now completed their report, which is attached as an exhibit to the staff report. I'm here tonight to present the report to you and answer your questions about the report is Michael Giannacco, principal of the OIR Group, and his team, and I will, quite frankly, simply turn it over to them, and we will go from there.
Thank you. So you're up, Mr. Giannacco.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Good to see you again. Council, good to see you all again. City leadership, great to be with you this evening. And members of the Santa Monica community, it is our pleasure to be able to present today a high-level summary of the report that was delivered as a result of the assignment that you gave us. You'll be meeting the rest of the team because they all have speaking parts this evening. But I'm just going to start off by just giving some introductory remarks. And Ms. Rulin, my colleague, is going to be running the PowerPoint, we hope. This is just one schematic that shows the assignment. And it was an interesting assignment in the sense that it had a lot of parts to it. Certainly we were expected and did produce an after-action report. As we have done for 2 other jurisdictions and have 2 more to go regarding the way in which police responded to First Amendment protected activity last summer after the George Floyd murder. But what was relatively unique about Santa Monica assignment is that in addition to us being asked to take a look and a deep dive into the documents, the body-worn camera footage, media footage, we were also given the opportunity to engage with your greater community through listening sessions. So we were able to hear from your residents, community members, business owners, and other interested parties about their experience on May 31st. And we did. And I'm getting feedback. Is that me or?
I can mute. Maybe it's me, but you can tell me.
Well, I'm hearing myself talk with a little bit of a repeat. I think that's better, Mayor, so thank you. You can go to the next slides, Julie. Well, what are we going to do this evening? Well, we are going to take direction from council because that is how we roll, and you, Mayor. But if you would indulge us, we would like to give at least a bit of an opening with regard to what we learned as a result of the process. We are not going to go over every jot and tittle of the 100 and some page report. That is obviously not practicable for this evening. But we are intending to sort of hit the high notes of what happened that day based on our after action and an executive summary of the key findings and recommendations that emanated from that from our study. Julie? Just a bit about methodology. I've already mentioned, I think, one of the most important parts, but we did also, in addition to having the community input, which we garnered in several ways. One way was through larger listening sessions in which anyone who wanted to participate was invited to. And we found different ways for those who came to those sessions to participate. They could speak, they could choose not to speak, they could participate in the surveys. And what we learned is that for those who did not speak, perhaps at that session, we ended up getting contacted individually with many of them and ended up having individual interviews with a number of them. We also reached out to individuals, to particular stakeholders, including the business groups, advocacy groups, and other individual groups who had special perceptions and perspectives that were important to hear. We reached out and were able to talk with each of you on council, former council members and other city officials, and we found each of your perspectives to be particularly insightful and helpful to our work. And then we did the hard stuff, the heavy lift, which is the hundreds of hours of digital evidence and body-worn cameras, the reports, the media reports and footage, and outside information that came all kinds of ways through social media. All of that ended up being part of our deeper dive into the review so that the review and findings could be fact-based and evidence-based. Individual perceptions and perspectives and insights are important, but they need to be dovetailed and corroborated to the degree possible with actual reports, actual footage, radio communications, and the like. And finally, we did talk with a number of individuals within the Santa Monica Police Department and appreciated their candor, appreciated their ability to share their experiences and their time with us, and their insight obviously was an important element to our study. Julie? At this point, I'm going to have Julie Rulin talk and chew gum at the same time. She's going to run the PowerPoint, but also talk about some of the high points that emanated from our community listening sessions. I'll turn it over to you, Julie.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike, and good evening, everyone. I feel pretty confident I'll be able to pull off these two tasks together. We've had some experience at this past year. So, as Mike said, an important part of this project was to listen to and consider the various perspectives of residents, business owners, and others who had a role in or an opinion about all of the events of May 31st. We conducted 2 separate listening sessions, and we heard from a lot of people in ways outside of the listening sessions that Mike's already talked about. All of those accounts and the various perspectives were really valuable to help us frame our analysis and provided some important context for our work. I just wanted to cover a couple of things with respect to the listening sessions. We have a couple of slides here showing the results of pretty informal polls that we conducted during one of our public listening sessions. And while there was certainly no consensus about where things went wrong among everybody that we talked to or who was to blame, the poll did show pretty clear level of disappointment in the police response. And when we looked a little bit further to see the reasons behind that poor rating, those reasons were pretty diverse. The police department's inability to stop property destruction and looting was the reason for most people's dissatisfaction, but treatment of protesters was also there near the top of the list. Of course, we knew going into this project that those were issues that our report would need to address, but hearing from people, their level of distrust and disappointment, and the passion and emotion they brought to our conversations really was a tremendously valuable part of our learning process. And so I really wanted to take a moment before we get into our findings and just thank everyone who shared their views and experiences and to acknowledge that important contribution. I will come back later to talk about some other aspects of our report, but for now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Steve Connolly. All yours, Steve.
Thank you, Julie, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. As Mike said, our goal today is really just to give you a high-level summary of the report, and then obviously turn it over to your questions and comments. But I do want to just at least set the stage a little bit in terms of what we are going to be covering in the heart of our presentation. And the simplest way to put it is that the primary focus obviously is on May 31st itself, and that was the core of the assignment and the most intense day that the community of Santa Monica experienced during the days of protests and demonstrations and unrest related to the George Floyd murder. But in order to talk about that and provide some useful perspective based on all the input that we've received, we want to set the stage a little bit in terms of talking about some of the events leading up to May 31st that we believe contributed to some of the deficiencies that people experienced and that the department members that we spoke to themselves were absolutely the first to acknowledge. So we're going to talk a little bit about the department's readiness and some of the impediments to that for a few different reasons. Then we'll turn to the events of May 31st and drill down a little bit into a chronology of the different phases of the day, the difficult start that the department got off to, and then the adjustments that it made along the way, and finally kind of regaining control over the city after a few hours where things were quite chaotic. That was a word we heard quite a bit from a lot of different people, both inside and outside the department. Then we're going to take a little bit of a higher level analytical look at the events and some of the things that we observed and pointed out as elements in how and why the day worked out the way that it did. And then I think this last part is very important as well, which is to say that obviously I know people have been very patient, and it's been a long time since May 31st events, and we've been working on this for several months. Part of the benefit of that is that the city has had a living laboratory to make adjustments in the aftermath of what happened, and certainly the police department itself had a foremost role in making some of those adjustments. We'll talk a little bit about some of the improvements that have already occurred and highlight some of our recommendations. And again, then we're very happy to turn it back over to you and respond to questions that you have. So.
Mr. Connolly, may I interrupt you for 1 minute, because somebody has asked us to read the phone number for dial-in to provide public comments. So let me just do that, and then you can proceed. I really apologize. So the number to call in is 310-458-8423. If you want to comment on this item, you will have an opportunity after the council has asked questions. So thank you, Mr. Connolly, and I apologize for interrupting.
Not at all, Mayor. So let's go to the next slide, please, Julie, and we're going to talk about some of the events leading up to the May 31st, and again, that sort of created some context for why the department's response had some limitations and some of the frustrations that residents and department members alike were experiencing. And one of the things that I would tell you is that I certainly want to emphasize that the city of Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Police Department were not alone by any stretch of the imagination in being overwhelmed at times by the scale and intensity of the protest activity. I think that it was a remarkable period in the country's history, and some unprecedented levels of sort of collective concern and a desire to take to the streets. And it presented a lot. It was inspiring in a lot of ways, and also presented a lot of challenges because there were some public safety issues and concerns that went along with all of that. So the struggles that the Santa Monica Police Department experienced on May 31st had a few different, there were several factors leading up to it. But as I say, it's important to remember that the department did a lot of things well, and that even if it had been operating at perfect capacity, they may well have had the same experience as other jurisdictions in terms of experiencing a very difficult day, because I think, again, people just weren't prepared for something at that scale, and it was very much an unprecedented event in Santa Monica in particular. So going into some of the events leading up to May 31st, the former chief, who was gracious enough to meet with us shortly after she left the city service in October of last year, she had been the chief for a couple of years by the time the pandemic hit in March, and she had accomplished a lot of things. She was well liked. We talked to a lot of people inside and outside the department who had some positive things to say about her. But one of the issues that we identified as a significant concern and that came up over and over again in some of our conversations with the department members was that she had been slow to put together a team from inside the department as far as the executive level cohesive staff that were kind of all on the same page, had the experience levels and the rapport with each other to help the department navigate, obviously, all the different operational challenges that were emerging really at the time of the pandemic before the May events even began to occur. So one of the key findings that we had was that the individuals at the highest levels of the department below the captain rank were very, very inexperienced at the time. 3 of them were literally newly promoted as of January or February of last year. They obviously didn't have a lot of time in rank, didn't have a lot of experience in their leadership roles. And as I said, the relationship with the chief had not yet gelled in terms of her and that the trust of each other and effective communication and sort of consistent planning and operational efficiencies. At the same time, there was a considerable focus on overtime and budgetary concerns, in part because of the pandemic, but in part because the chief had decided to turn her attention to that. The Santa Monica Police Department has long had a history of relying on overtime to make up some staffing shortfalls when it came to big events during the tourist season or the individual events that would come along. And the chief's focus on budget and overtime was creating some friction that unfortunately I think left people a little inhibited when it came to sort of waving the flag and trying to get as many individuals activated and in service on May 31st as possible. So with all that in mind, the stage was really set in several respects for the department to not be at its best when the week of the George Floyd murder arrived and events slowly began to develop across the country. So George Floyd was killed on Memorial Day, which was May 25th. And at that point, it was a slow reaction, but it absolutely continued to build throughout that week. And we tracked the whole issue of what the department knew and when did it know it and what was the response level as things really began to develop in jurisdictions, obviously beginning in Minneapolis, but slowly but surely making their way to other parts of the country as well. And I want to turn it over to my colleague, Teresa, to talk a little bit about the intelligence gathering and communications issues the department was facing at that time.
Great. Thank you, Steve. So one of the things that Steve noted is that there was this big question coming out of May 31st, which was who knew what and at what point did they know that? It was represented largely that the department didn't expect the level of civil unrest that occurred, and in specific that they didn't expect the looting activity. And this was because they stated they didn't have advanced intelligence on these matters. But our review discovered that there was, in fact, quite a lot of relevant intelligence, both about the protests and the potential looting that was made available to at least some of the chain of command as early as May 28th. We noted that the information was perhaps siloed or insufficiently regarded by the command staff, and that was another symptom of these flaws that my colleague is speaking about related to internal communications and command and intelligence gathering. We noted that prior to May 31st, the department didn't have a formal intelligence analyst or a formal intelligence team that had been set up to monitor social media or other internet resources. They had created an ad hoc intelligence unit in April of 2020, but that team had limited expertise and time in that particular assignment. And so there was a crime analyst who was assigned to do data mining and social media reviews, and this crime analyst did the best job possible in the circumstances to share information, and crime analysts did so via various emails or text messages with commanding sergeants and others in that chain of command. but there was no real clear platform for intelligence gathering or intelligence sharing. And it resulted in what we saw to be a disconnect between the information that was being shared and the perceived level of threat. So based on the intelligence that the analysts had shared and that we reviewed, the department could have had a higher level of preparedness, awareness of the threat that they would face for the city as a whole. And this deficiency in particular would have a pretty big impact on deployment and the planning leading up to and on May 31st itself. Turn it back over to Steve to speak to planning and supervision that happened directly prior to May 31st.
Thanks, Teresa. So focusing now on the day before May 31st, and obviously things were beginning to build more locally as well as nationally in terms of some of the intensity of the demonstration activity and also a certain amount of rioting behavior, vandalism. The police precinct was burned down in the city of Minneapolis. Other jurisdictions were reporting vandalism as a collateral element of some of the protest activity. And just, again, the sheer size and number of people who were involved were really beyond anything in recent memory in terms of the people genuinely interested in participating in protest. So in terms of what was going on in Santa Monica, Saturday afternoon and evening was pivotal because however choppy things were within the agency throughout the spring and however slow they were to kind of put pieces of information together, as Teresa was saying, it was Saturday when things really began to crystallize locally and particularly in the city of Beverly Hills, which was obviously a neighboring city with a lot of similarities to Santa Monica, and they experienced very, very intense protest activity that devolved into vandalism and chaotic confrontations between the police and protesters. And there were a number of Santa Monica officers that participated in that in a mutual aid capacity and were themselves very, very struck by the intensity of it, the scope, and it raised a lot of alarm bells for them as far as the potential implications for Santa Monica. So the department had a direct presence in Beverly Hills as well as obviously monitoring it on several different levels. And again, the department leadership was making some appropriate gestures, but not necessarily putting two and two together as decisively as in retrospect they wish they had. The chief was unfortunately out of town. She had left on Thursday, I believe, and so was connecting with her command staff remotely. They had a couple of conference calls, and one of the significant turning points in this was Saturday night when a couple of captains had reported. They were off duty, but they reported to headquarters to coordinate the planning. They were on the phone with her and talking about, what level of additional personnel they should probably put into place. And unfortunately, that although the chief eventually agreed to add about 20 extra officers that they started to then call in, at 9 or 10 o'clock at night to activate them for the next day, and a few supervisors to accompany them, that was significantly short of what the city would end up needing and what some of the people who were following it most closely believed was a more appropriate deployment. So that was a concern heading into late Saturday into Sunday. And the second piece of that was that the captains themselves and the department people who were focused on the response did not go far enough in terms of planning and putting together some of the most fundamental rudiments of an appropriate response in terms of contingency planning and kind of figuring out how to deploy the resources that were available. They didn't really put together an incident command system that ended up being extremely useful over the course of the ensuing days after May 31st. And they didn't have a basic operations plan in place by the time those captains went home on Saturday night. They assumed that, again, people did not have a perfectly keen or crystal clear sense of what Sunday's activity was going to look like. to go back to the silos and the lack of information that had been circulated. And there was focused on one organized protest that had been circulated on social media, but even that, there was some uncertainty as to whether that thing was even going to be happening, who the organizers were, what the scale of it was. So you can look at it in one of two ways. Obviously, in hindsight, the wish is that they had been anticipating and reading the tea leaves from Beverly Hills a little bit more aggressively. But some of the knowledge that they had was again, relatively limited, and they were focused on the idea of, well, the thing we know about is this protest that is supposed to be, a peaceful First Amendment demonstration in support of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement. That was supposed to be happening at noon. And the Saturday night captains, as we refer to them in the report, they assumed that things were, there was going to be time for the crew on Sunday morning to put a plan together. And in retrospect, they probably should have been a little bit more assertive and comprehensive in going about designing the department's. Next slide, please. So as for the day of May 31st itself, we'll again try to get through this relatively quickly because I know there's a lot of details and we want to turn it back to you. But there were a few different factors that again, contributed to the day spiraling out of control relatively quickly. And if the department had been differently situated on Saturday or even early Sunday, they potentially could have blunted some of that. It's interesting. We saw an email where a lieutenant with the department at just before 7 o'clock in the morning really did put together the elements of a very effective operations plan, identifying some different issues and priorities and, setting goals for the personnel that were available, but nobody picked up that ball and ran with it in a coordinated and cohesive way. But by the time the two captains arrived for the day, in leadership roles, meanwhile, the chief was making her way from Northern California down to Southern California, and she would arrive at headquarters at about 11:30 in the morning. And by then, everybody was very much behind the curve. The operations plan for the day that finally went out to the officers who were available in the briefing was extremely limited in its scope and detail, and again, lack of contingency planning. And there were concerns among some of the people that were in attendance that the department wasn't necessarily as ready as it needed to be for all the things that again, while nobody knew what was going to happen, there was a lot of ways to make reasonable predictions about what could happen. One of the key things that we noted, and this was a significant and kind of unfortunate decision that I think, again, had a lot of consequences in terms of cohesion and that whole idea of a unified command. When the chief arrived, she sent the two captains that were there for duty that day. One of them was supposed to be the incident commander and kind of coordinating the department's response in a centralized way. The chief sent those captains out into the field to meet with the organizers and potentially, have a direct influence on the demonstration. And that turned out to be very ill-advised in terms of how late in the game it was, and the fact that the protest activity was not really, by that point, susceptible to those kinds of productive interactions. Those captains quickly, literally became surrounded by enforcement responsibilities, and instead of being the incident commander and running the whole day's deployments, the captain who had been appointed to the role and didn't even realize she was going to be it until that morning, she was very consumed with direct enforcement activity for hours, which obviously is suboptimal from a organizational and leadership perspective. And that created a vacuum that other people then had to try to fill in terms of again, catching up from behind the curve. So all of these issues were in place and contributing to the slow response. And as the protest activity began to take on momentum very, very quickly and take on some different dimensions, the department was very much, again, behind the curve. It was 12:20 when the chief decided that she was going to put out a tactical alert, which is kind of a formal notification to get all department members notified of kind of an emergency situation, activate as many people as could possibly respond. And by then, again, it was very much too late, although a lot of people did obviously subsequently arrive to lend assistance. We'll be talking about mutual aid and the involvement of other agencies and the coordination with those other agencies later in the presentation. Last but not least, this simple example, and not to get too far into the weeds, but the whole idea of a command post is a very, very basic principle. When you have a large-scale event or even a small-scale event that requires levels of planning and execution, the idea of having a field command post where everybody knows who's in charge, where to go when mutual aid resources arrive, and when you're trying to get direction and have a sense of what's going on in the entire city. And the department, again, was so slow to get going that it was trying to operate things out of the Department Operations Center for a time. Then other people decided to establish a field command post at the Big Blue Bus, and all of those decisions that people were making under a lot of pressure and difficult circumstances were understandable, and there were benefits to them, but it just speaks to the fragmentation that made it really, really hard for the department to meet the increasing, kind of geometrically increasing challenges as the day progressed. Teresa, back to you.
Thanks, Steve. So we noted, Steve already commented about some of the deficiencies in deployment as early as Saturday night. And we noted that at around 11 o'clock that morning, May 31st, the department had about 70 sworn personnel that had reported for duty. And while that's way beyond the usual Sunday deployment, that's usually about 8 to 12 officers, it was far less than the department needed for the day ahead. So what we saw was that by the early afternoon, right around noon, just after, there was at least 2 large groups of protesters that had converged on Ocean Avenue. Some of the officers who were staged at Ocean Avenue reported that the protesters were throwing rocks and bottles, and the officers were concerned that the crowds, especially as they grew, would overtake the pier or the police vehicles that they had parked there. And at the same time, starting right around 1:30 p.m., there were both coordinated groups of looters and opportunistic individuals who began to loot in downtown Santa Monica. And so you see that created this increased need for enforcement in the downtown area of Santa Monica. There was a need to respond to both activities, the protesters and this looting activity. And that quickly exhausted the department's available resources. But more importantly, as Steve has commented, it exceeded command's capabilities that day. And so what we saw happen is that right around the 2 o'clock hour, the lieutenant in command who had filled that vacuum that Steve spoke to redeployed officers from some locations in downtown Santa Monica where they were responding to these looting activities down to Ocean in Colorado. And the mission there was to protect the pier, which they believed was a target, and to control the protest activity. We noted that at least some of those units stayed in these resource-intensive skirmish lines for almost 4 hours that day. And those were resources that may have been used elsewhere in the city. And we're talking about combating or deterring this criminal activity that was arising. We noted that additional SMPD personnel and mutual aid units were being called in. But because of these command and control deficiencies that Steve just spoke to, the teams were largely confused about where or how to deploy. So Steve spoke to this field command post being established, and there were confusion even on the radio about simple things like where is the command post? People didn't know where it was. Mutual aid partners were trying to respond to the city, but they didn't even know what routes to take to get to the city or to effectively get to the areas where they were needed. And so we saw these deployment deficiencies as the intensity of the protest and the looting was increasing throughout the day. Next slide, please. We also discovered quite a few force concerns. And so force was clearly an area that people spoke about quite a lot after the event. It was something that caught many people by surprise and off guard when they were just exhibiting their First Amendment rights, especially down on Ocean Avenue. We detail this quite a lot in our report, but around 3 o'clock, the department declared that the protest activity happening on Ocean in Colorado was an unlawful assembly, and they decided that they would use tear gas as the most effective tool to disperse the crowd that had gathered there. Around that time, the officers there issued at least 2 dispersal orders from a SWAT armored vehicle that was via the loudspeaker. And these were instructions that it was an unlawful assembly, that individuals needed to leave the area immediately, or that they would face arrest. In our evaluation, we noted that the order as it was given was incomplete for best practices. And mostly it didn't warn people that the tear gas was coming, that if they did not leave, they were subjected to the chemical munition. And perhaps more importantly, the route of dispersal that was announced, the instructions that were given for how to leave, had people walking into oncoming traffic on Ocean Avenue. And that in itself was a potential danger. So some people that were congregated on Ocean Avenue left, but the majority of them stayed that day after the dispersal order. And shortly after the dispersal orders were given, the department deployed 2 tear gas canisters first in the 1500 block of Ocean Avenue. And we noted in our review that from about 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock p.m., they used tear gas and other chemical munitions at various intervals, also on Ocean Avenue, as they moved individuals first to the pier entrance and then down past Olympic. But we question the effectiveness of the tear gas, and we do that on 2 fronts in our report. First was the effectiveness of the tear gas on May 31st in specific. And so that initial gas deployment, as I said, came with no warning. And so this caused perhaps an understandable angry reaction from some in the crowd. The gas, rather than diffuse the tension and have the crowd disperse, increased the tensions, fueled anger. There was individuals who threw bottles back at the officers. We noted that the canisters themselves, these gas canisters, became potential weapons to be thrown back at the officers. And that then necessitated officers using even additional force to try to protect their skirmish lines from those canisters being thrown back. We noted that the subsequent deployments of tear gas and other chemical munitions occurred at a distance that was too large to have the gas itself be effective. Largely, it was dissipating in the wind by that point. And the second front is this question of whether or not tear gas is effective in crowd management generally. We recommend in the report that Santa Monica Department and city leadership, in very close collaboration with its public and with community leaders that have already come forward, evaluate this and determine what is the most effective policy and practice for the city going forward. We also noted other questionable uses of force as we completed our review. We saw, for example, a baton strike being used against an individual who was seated on the ground. We saw uses of the pepper ball, another less lethal munitions tool, against non-aggressive subjects who were fleeing the area. We observed a takedown of some passersby who were not being immediately aggressive and who were in fact trying to leave the area. And as my colleague Julie will speak to later in this presentation, we recommend that the department evaluate these uses of force more closely. We encourage the department to take appropriate action where needed, to train or counsel involved officers, and to perhaps provide a larger department-wide training on these issues as well. Next slide, please. Finally, we noted that on that day, as Steve mentioned, the department did manage to turn things around in the early evening hours. They began to execute a more coordinated plan to contain the city. And in contrast to that morning and early afternoon where the city was largely chaotic, by around that 6 p.m. hour, there was a unified command structure, a single field command post, and they had largely contained that protest activity that was occurring around the pier on Ocean. There were more resources available, and again, more importantly, there's the command capacity to coordinate the resources effectively. The changed to a rapid response or strike team model. So rather than using these very resource-intensive long skirmish lines, they were deploying small teams of a handful of officers who were very mobile and who were very able to respond to specific moments. So some of them were deployed to leading calls. Other teams were pushing individuals east out of downtown. And the mutual aid partners who were there were assisting by blocking intersections and alleyways, preventing people from doubling back down into downtown, which had occurred on several occasions earlier the afternoon. And that tactical plan allowed for a more systematic and controlled push of individuals, and in addition, it allowed for some mass arrests to occur. From about 6:30 to 8 p.m. and even later into the evening hours, the department groups, these units, arrested sometimes upwards of 35 to 50 people at a time in various locations throughout downtown. And Julie, again, will speak to some of the concerns around those arrests themselves and how those became problematic, but certainly it served to contain the chaos of the day and to turn things around as the department entered the evening hours. I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague Julie now, and she will speak to that point about arrests as well as some other assessments of the day itself and the following days. Julie, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Teresa and Steve. Yeah, we're going to look at a couple of issues that we identify in our report and hit on those topics. The first of those is this issue of mass arrest. SMPD and its mutual aid partners made a large number of arrests, nearly 300 on May 31st and as many as 70 in the early morning hours of June 1st. And those numbers simply overwhelmed their systems and their capacity in ways that they were not prepared to handle. There was no policy governing mass bookings that was in place prior to May 31st. They had no arrangements made for where they could detain a large number of arrestees or provide for basic human needs. And they had no agreements, formal agreements with transportation providers for moving large numbers of people about in the field. Before I get into any more of the bad news, though, I just want to say the good news is that the department was not shy about admitting how unprepared it had been on this front, quickly put together a list of deficiencies, and then worked out remedies, acknowledging that there were things that could have gone much better on that day. And so, you know, they have since then and pretty quickly after that produced a very detailed mass booking procedure that has addressed all of the things that were missing on May 31st. But back to that day, as it played out, the lack of preparedness was evident on lots of different fronts. As officers made arrests, there was confusion about what they should do. There had been no means to transport people from the places where they got arrested into the field jail, and as a result, you know, you had people that were in flex cuffs left sitting on a curb, while officers had to stand by and watch them and wait for transportation, and instead of being able to move on and address other problems that kept popping up all over the city. That issue had to do with a lack of buses. That was in part a strain on the LA County Sheriff's Department and their inability to send buses with any kind of speed, the kind of speed that the department needed. And some hesitancy on the part of the Big Blue bus drivers to get involved, which created further delays. Again, this was part of the corrective action that the department has since worked out, and they now have some policies setting out specific provisions for the use and staffing of Big Blue buses and other resources that would alleviate this problem in a future event. There were issues with the field jail, and that was a source of a lot of complaints about that day. The command staff realized early on that if there were mass arrests, the public safety facility would not be equipped to handle large numbers of people, and so they established a field jail at the airport. And that location had some advantages, but there are also, they had not made arrangements for toilets or hand washing stations. There wasn't any real way to keep people separated, which would be enough of a problem in normal times, but certainly the pandemic compounded the seriousness of that problem. There were issues with the booking process and how people were to be processed through the jail and then ultimately cited out. And you know, each of these challenges, the transportation, the jail, the booking, they kind of compounded on each other and made the whole day more difficult. With regard to the booking, the end result was that nearly everyone who was arrested that day was processed for violation of the city's curfew order. Even though many of the people who had been detained were detained for, you know, on suspicion of looting, issues with the paperwork meant it was easier to default to the curfew charges, and that's where things ended up. The issues with the jail, just we go into detail in all of those, and I don't need to keep going into them. Again, all of them have been addressed, in our view, with the new policy and also department-wide training that went out in the fall. And we believe that the new policies and all of the agreements that are now in place would address any more detailed substantive recommendations that we would have made in this area. Also, you know, plans for future events that could lead to mass arrests also involve a greater degree of cooperation between city agencies and other interagency cooperation, including Big Blue Bus, as I've mentioned, Public Works for provision of porta potties, hand washing stations. And in addition, since May 31st, the police department has done work coordinating with other city stakeholders on other deficiencies that arose that I know my colleague Steve will talk about a little in more detail in just a little bit. Collaboration with mutual aid partners. There were a lot of communication and command challenges. Teresa touched on those. In short, I think we could say two things on that subject. SMPD's command and control difficulties and struggles initially limited the effectiveness of mutual aid arriving to the city in that other officers didn't know where to report, didn't always have a clear idea of what Santa Monica's expectations were of them, and that created challenges. But the second thing is that officers from other agencies providing mutual aid ultimately were instrumental in helping SMPD regain control on May 31st. National Guard was also part of the mutual aid response, and we heard a lot from a lot of different people about the late arrival of Guard troops throughout our outreach efforts. The chief called for the National Guard at around 2:30 in the afternoon, and they didn't arrive until sometime after 8 o'clock. The best answer we got as to why it took so long has to do with bureaucratic issues tied to resources, competing priorities. Certainly there was a lot happening in the region that day and throughout that week, and there were definitely some challenges. The department, we talked to them about this. They've worked on a fix to this issue with sort of working within the bureaucracy. Our recommendation encourages them to continue that effort to ensure, hopefully in the future, a more equitable distribution of resources and allocation of resources, and hopefully in a more timely way. Related to these issues of interagency cooperation are concerns about the dispatch system. And this is one of the things that we heard a lot about during our conversations with different community members, many of whom were understandably upset by what they perceived to be sort of brusque and rude treatment when they called in to report problems, crimes, or other observations that they were making. So we spent some time drilling down into this issue, and we learned several things. First off, public safety communications is a separate thing from the police department. It's part of the Office of Emergency Management, a distinction I think that many people we spoke to were not aware of, and so we wanted to make that clear. There was an absolutely overwhelming volume of calls that day, something like 12 times the normal number of calls that certainly shaped the dispatch response. They were the dispatchers operating under direction from their supervisors to prioritize medical or safety calls and to quickly dismiss other concerns that came in. It's not surprising then, given these things, that sometimes people perceived the response from dispatchers as being rude. But we just wanted to acknowledge that the dispatchers, in our view, were doing the best they could do on a uniquely difficult day. Part of our effort on this issue was to listen to a large and random sample of the calls. And, we did hear some instances of dispatchers expressing frustration and impatience. Those were way outnumbered by the professionally handled calls and generally strong performance. And we were also impressed by public safety communications' willingness and commitment to use this experience as a learning opportunity and to take a look at issues and really try to grow from the experience, which is, I think, it's certainly always a focus of our work and how you can use these events as lessons for learning, and we were impressed by the dispatcher's willingness to do that. Last box on this slide has to do with the curfews. And we talked about curfew violations with respect to mass arrests. We certainly understand, and through all of our engagement efforts, that the issue of the city's curfew is another thing that people have very strong feelings about. We are certainly aware of the constitutional concerns associated with curfews and the impact on people's free speech rights. And we also know that there's pending litigation. We're also very in tune to the fact that particularly on May 31st, the curfew was an important tool in the police department's effort to turn the tide and regain control of the city. The ability to make mass arrests and move people off the street was something that the department certainly valued and credited as key and central to its efforts. We encourage the police department and the city to engage with its community in determining the right way to strike the balance between these competing interests. We understand the validity of both points and really think that there's room for a community conversation on this point. Moving to the next slide. We're getting to the end here. We are promised looking forward to your questions. Just wanted to offer a couple of thoughts about things that happened after May 31st. And one of those was the use of force review process. Teresa talked about various issues regarding the use of force on May 31st. And one thing we were very interested in seeing and evaluating was the department's process for their own internal review of the force that was used and efforts that the department might make to number one, investigate and hold officers accountable for any inappropriate uses of force or for opportunities for retraining or other forms of remediation. And secondly, and as importantly, to address any systemic concerns raised and to deal with those through changes to policy or training, supervision issues, any questions perhaps about effectiveness of certain types of equipment, these kind of systemic issues that often arise in force incidents. And we were disappointed that the department did not, in our view, engage in a meaningful or robust enough review process for the force that was used on May 31st. That's especially true because the department does normally employ a force review process and has a system for dealing with these things. But it was delayed, and in the case of these issues, it was insufficient. It left too many questions unanswered with regard to both individual officer performance and the larger training needs and organizational changes that might be in order. Our report makes a number of recommendations regarding that process and necessary changes to the force reporting and review policies. One last thing I want to address before I'm going to turn it over to Mike to talk about that public communication piece is just this issue about officer well-being and concerns about that. I just wanted to acknowledge this piece of our report, and that's in a section that we included on officer morale and wellness. We say it all in greater detail in the report, but I just wanted to underscore here the impressions that we formed during our interactions with department personnel, who obviously have been impacted in various and significant ways by the events of May 31st. It was an intense and unprecedented experience for all of those involved, and the days after were marked by regret and disappointment and loads of criticism. That is something that the Santa Monica Police Department is not used to. And, going forward, we recognize that collaboration with the PD is an essential ingredient for positive change, and we just encourage the department and the city to ensure that there are adequate systems in place for addressing officers' well-being and supporting officer wellness. I'm going to turn it over to Mike, like I said, to talk about this last box here, public communication. Take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Julie. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this because I think we have done a lot of talking at you. But I just wanted to say that the sense we got from the public, particularly during our listening sessions and the feedback we received over the past few months, is that the public face that was put out immediately after the incident and the days afterwards was not consistent with what they had experienced. And so this is not an easy thing to do because you want to support the city, you want to support the city's employees. On the other hand, to try and put a happy face on everything and to say everything went well, when your community is experiencing just the opposite, does create a cognitive dissonance of quite a situation, which is what I think was what the public was feeling when they were hearing one thing from leadership and having experienced something quite differently on May 31st, regardless of the perspective that you were coming from. So I understand that the PIO that the department has hired is probably going to help. It obviously takes expertise to weigh in and to have that assistance, I think, will be good on a going forward basis. I hate to go back, but I just wanted to stress the use of force review process and a couple things there. One is that body-worn cameras are things that are very helpful for our use of force review. When force is used, the body-worn camera can obviously document in real time what happened, what the officer was looking at. And as we indicate in our report, there were a whole lot of times in which those body-worn cameras were not activated and should have been. The other thing to that point is that officers were not really versed and briefed on their need, as if any other day, when they use force, to document it and write about it and observe it and do it in a timely fashion. In fact, as indicated in our report, one officer said that they thought that May 31st was going to be a free day when the use of force reporting was not going to be necessary. And that's obviously not the case and shouldn't have been the case, and briefing should have recognized and emphasized the need to report force. So if there was a significant piece that was missing, we don't even know now how much force was used. We don't know now how much less lethal munitions were actually used that day. And we don't know now for sure how much tear gas was deployed because none of that was effectively written down. So that's how I will close, but I'll turn it to my colleague Steve to talk about going forward. Thank you, Steve.
So thank you, and again, you've been very patient with us, so we are going to try to be cautious of time here. As far as this last slide is concerned, one thing we want to emphasize is that there were a lot of adjustments that were made, honestly, in the field on May 31st, and certainly on the morning of June 1st, the department's organizational and readiness factors were completely adjusted in favorable directions. There was a designated incident commander, a detailed operations plan, a sufficient number of officers had been brought into service, and from that point forward, the department made some significant adjustments. In the aftermath, in terms of looking back and figuring out what should have been done differently at that time, but also more broadly, like agencies all over the country, this was a new sort of experience, and the whole idea of learning from it is I think, obviously a hallmark of an effective agency. And I would encourage you, I'm not going to get into detail, these first three on the bullet here, the mobile field force unit concept, the small team tactics that Teresa's already talked about, and the development after these events of a dedicated new intelligence cadre that has a very specific role and is meant to address some of the deficiencies that we spoke about earlier. All of these are very positive steps that the department itself has taken, and to the extent that we learned about them and understand them, we consider them very impressive. And I think the department has had some success with them in the field in terms of responding to some of the events in intervening months. I also want to draw people's attention to the new Civil Rights Annex Plan. One of the things that I think would have been better, again, in hindsight, it's easy to say, but all the stakeholders, whether it's Public Works or the different aspects of the Office of Emergency Management, the dispatchers, the more communication that you can have between these entities, police and fire, the more that everybody can be on the same page, the better. And interestingly, Santa Monica has a history of that. We heard a lot about big events in the past that the city has planned for and cooperated and collaborated and handled very, very successfully, with the LA Marathon being an obvious annual example. And the city has absolutely addressed things and sort of spelled out some new efforts to have a better, more coordinated response in the future in the event of a large-scale crowd civil rights sort of demonstration activity, period of demonstration activity we saw in late May and early June. The last two items have to do with the city's efforts to engage the community. The Public Safety Advisory Committee got started, I believe, in July or August, and had several meetings and has made its important contributions in terms of a final report. And one of the things that they were certainly very much promoting, and that the council has approved, and that I think will be very interesting to keep an eye on, is the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, in terms of the ongoing role of community members, residents of the city, engaged folks in providing oversight for the police, of providing accountability, and really representing the public's interests in some of the important decision making that has to be made. So I'm going to turn it back to Mike for the home stretch here, and thank you.
The home stretch is really just to thank you for your patience and your perseverance during this presentation. There was a lot to talk about. I'm not going to go into all 44 recommendations because we'd be here quite a while. They flow from our findings. Some of them are very weedsy and technical, but we're certainly available to answer them or any questions that you might have about them. What I would say about them, though, is this, and that is, this is based on our 20 years of doing this kind of work. Oftentimes, when we prepare a report and write a recommendation and hand it off to city leadership, the way in which those implementations are considered, and for those that are accepted, the way in which they are implemented varies significantly from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. We expect and hope that you all as leaderships in your leadership roles will ensure that they are seriously considered and that there's an implementation plan, and then maybe as importantly, if not more importantly, that to the degree that the recommendations are embraced and considered and then eventually implemented, that there be a high level of transparency to your community about that. We're not in the business of writing a report and hoping that it goes on the shelf. So with that expectation, which I am confident in your city leadership that there will be taken seriously, we will then now and open ourselves up for any questions or comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Just a traditional way. So Kevin, anybody who has questions, will you please let me know? I see Kevin, I see Gleam, and I don't see anybody else. I don't know why. I see Phil. Sorry, Phil, you weren't on my screen.
Should we go to public comments first or questions?
No, we're going to do questions first so that they can hear the responses to our questions, and then we're going to do public comment, and then we will comment. So, Kevin, Gleam, Phil, and I don't see Oscar.
I have my hand up too.
Okay, there you go. You showed up. Okay, Kristen.
I think that there's so many cameras, it's like you can't see us all. It's only.
I definitely can't. And my TV thing my TV fix broke down. So
Maybe
I really
can
can't.
Not on council mute their video initially so that the mayor can actually see. That would be helpful.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Oscar, are you in? Questions? Okay, so it goes. Kevin, Gleam, Phil, Kristen, Oscar, and Christine, you're after that, and then I will go at the end. So let's go.
Well, I'm very sensitive to the desire of the public to be heard on this, and the only reason I raised my hand for this question is I think it will inform the public comment if they weren't asking the same question themselves, frankly. At this point, after the report, we still, I think, know less than we hoped we'd know. And I don't think that's the OIR Group's fault. I read through the report twice, and both times I had a hard time getting past page 11. And my question has to do with page 11, evaluation of body-worn camera footage. Now, this council had long ago debated body-worn cameras. We had funded them. It was my understanding that it was departmental policy that they were to be activated. We were told that the after-event report would take a long time because the department would have to review all those body-worn cameras. And yet on page 11, you told, at least me for the first time, that almost half of those body-worn cameras were not activated. Therefore, we're never going to know some of the issues we've heard from the public about application of force and how things were handled. Is this unusual in your experience in doing an after-event report to find out that so many body-worn cameras were not activated?
Yeah, council member, it was a serious misstep. And I have to say that we have found better activation rates by other jurisdictions who have been responding to protest activity. I think it really, though, ties back to what my colleague Steve Connolly was saying with regard to the rushed planning or lack of planning the morning of, the early afternoon. There was no ops plan of any sort, of any significance, and the fact that there wasn't, you would have put on that ops plan, you would hope, brief responding officers on the need to activate their body cameras during this operation. And that apparently was missing from the briefing. Officers were not reminded, and it resulted in, as when we asked for body-worn camera footage for particular incidents, we got about a 50% response, which is disappointing. And I think that is a key going forward recommendation that needs to be followed and insisted upon, that, the officers turn those cameras on during these events.
Quick follow-up question. Were the cameras you found were not turned on in any particular type of action? Was that more prevalent in the anti-looting action, more prevalent in the protest action? Was there any pattern of what cameras were not available?
Yeah, I will ask Teresa to respond to that. Teresa?
So before Teresa comes on, there are two Michaels on this. So you're twice. Do you know why? Have you
I
signed
don't
in
know why,
twice?
but I would love to be just once.
Yeah, so if somebody on the tech side could remove one Michael, that would be good.
That would be great, Mayor, because I'm hearing myself sort of feeding back. So.
But we should proceed. We aren't waiting to only have one.
Oh, yeah. If Teresa's not available, I can answer the question to the best I can. Okay, go ahead, Teresa.
Yeah. So we didn't find a particular pattern in the officers who failed to turn on their body-worn camera. It wasn't at one particular point of the incident. But we did note that where we certainly wanted to review some things that to us occurred as potential questionable uses of force, in many cases, those cameras were not turned on.
That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Glean, you're next.
Well, first I'd like to ask a follow-up. Did you have any sense in terms of the percentage of body-worn cameras that were not activated in normal usage? Is that common? Did you get any sense in Santa Monica are body-worn cameras only activated 50% of the time, or was that something unusual on this particular day?
Mr. Janaka, we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Okay, hold on. I turned the wrong one off on him then. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there you go. You should be able to speak now.
He's still muted, though. Let's see if I can unmute him.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect. That's it. There you go.
Are there still two of me? I think there still are, but.
Yeah, I'm going to block your other one. Go ahead.
So we don't have a comparison with a regular day, but anecdotally, we've been told that generally speaking, officers are very good at turning on their body-worn camera and activating them prior to contact with the public, consistent with the policy. It just seems like there was a breakdown this day, and it's hard to understand other than the fact that officers may have thought because they were going to be out there for hours that they didn't need to have their cameras on during their interaction with the public, which is not a correct message. And I'm not sure it's the line officer's fault. I really put that on first, second, and third level supervisors.
And the other question, well, I have a couple other questions. The Saturday night conversation that the chief had part of the captains who were going to be overseeing the process. I'm reading the report. It sounded like the captains were arguing that at least 100 additional officers should be activated for Sunday, and that the chief made the decision that only 20 would. Am I interpreting that correctly, or I'm trying to figure out why we didn't have 100 additional officers on May 31st instead of just 20, and what the thinking behind that decision was.
So,
Steve, you want to take that?
Sure. I hope everybody can hear me, council member. So the details of that conversation, obviously the participants remember it slightly differently, and obviously it's hard to know. Everybody has their own perspective. I think the best way to understand it is that in the past, the Santa Monica Police Department has definitely ramped up in anticipation of significant events. And at times to a fault. We talk about that a little bit in the report. There was one incident somebody was describing to me where they got mutual aid resources. There were 250 people staged, and it ended up being a very low-key event. And so you look at a situation like that where you can't necessarily anticipate exactly what's going to happen. What's the exact right number of officers? It can be difficult to know. I think to go back to the larger dynamics that were at work, because the captains didn't necessarily have a great rapport with the chief, and perhaps she didn't yet have confidence in them because they're inexperienced, and because of the concerns that she had and the focus she had on budget and overtime issues, they might have been hesitant to really lean in and tell her exactly what they thought. And, you know, she may have had her perspective based on the information that was available at that time. So I think it's complicated, but in retrospect, absolutely, you know, even if they hadn't brought everybody in based on the limited information that they had, for them to get up to 100 would have been obviously preferable to what they ended up with at the start of the day on Sunday.
And then one final question, and it's very detailed, but it struck me that it seemed like there seemed to be tremendous concern around the fact that Sky One, our drone, was not broadcasting into the Emergency Operations Center. And it struck me, I suppose, as odd that we didn't have a Sky 2. Was that ever addressed? I mean, I know drones are expensive, but it seems to me that, as we all know from today, technology is imperfect, and the notion that we would not have a backup drone struck me as being just sort of a fundamental failing. Did you have any conversations about that?
Teresa, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so it's my understanding, and we detail this a little bit in the report, that it wasn't the drone itself that wasn't functioning. The drone was functioning, and there were officers, in fact, manning that drone, and they were providing verbal observations across the radio very frequently and in quite a level of detail. The breakdown was, in fact, with that technology connection between the drone's live feed to the operations center. So the drone itself was working. There were officers who were observing the drone's footage, but that live feed that would have normally gone into the operations center was not working. And so to the extent that those folks that were in the operations center did not have those live eyes on the ground, as you might say, that was the disconnect. But certainly we noted, and we credit the officers who were manning the drone with providing a lot of verbal observations of what the drone was seeing. We did not, in fact, have conversations about if there's a Sky 2 or if there's a backup way of doing it. What we do know is that people in the operations center were watching local media footage, and so they were watching what the various media channels were live streaming on their channels. That, of course, is limited. The police department does not control what the media is streaming, and so at times those eyes in the sky may not have been what they wanted to see, or been effective for their use.
Yeah, but do we have then, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going back to my original question. I understand that, and maybe I mischaracterized as the drone not functioning, but something wasn't functioning because the anticipation was that there would be live feed from the drone in DOC, and at least your report suggests that hampered ability to do a lot of the things you've been talking about where to deploy forces, where to establish, for lack of a better term, beachheads within the city, what was going on. I mean, so if it wasn't a drone failure, what failed, and then how do we keep that from happening again?
That's a terrific question that I think would be addressed by the department. We recommend that be something that they look into in one of our many recommendations, that they make sure that there's a backup system that's appropriate should that happen in the future. But it's not something that we directly spoke with the department about and how they might remedy that in the future. But it is a going forward question.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I think Phil is next, then Kristen, then Oscar.
So I have a couple of preliminary questions. One, I want to go back for a second. Councilmember McEwen started off with the body cams. I believe I read in the report that nobody reviewed the body cams or something like that till a month and a half ago. That concerns me, and it also concerns me that you denote that the body cams in many cases weren't turned on, and that officers felt they had a free day. In the report and the follow-up, was there accountability later on by SMPD as to the officers who never turned on their body cams? Was there accountability for the body cams or the possible excess use of force claims? And has any of that been addressed in the last 11 months and 2 weeks since this incident happened?
I would say, Councilmember Brock, that it has been addressed, but I would also say that it's been insufficiently addressed. There was not the level of robust use of force review that we would expect from a progressive police department in this case. It did come late. It was delayed. There may have been some confusion about whether they should wait until the after action was done before getting into it. But there, the review process itself seems to have broken down considerably. And to the degree there's been any real analysis on either the propriety of any individual use of force or what appears to be pretty much a wholesale failure of many officers not to activate their body-worn cameras at all, or at least during much of the significant parts of the day, neither of those issues have been very well addressed. And we say that in our report, and a number of our recommendations is get on it, do that work so that there is a more robust review process.
Two more questions.
Phil, I have a follow-on to that just because I was there at the time. So the police purported to be doing the after-action report, right, and purported to deliver an after-action or something that looked a little like something at the end of July, beginning of August. So are you telling me that they were going to deliver that without having looked at the body cam footage or discussing with the officers their use of force?
Yeah, it's a little unclear about what that plan was, Mayor, but what we can gather or glean from it is that the idea was to get something out that was more systemically facing, which is what an after-action is really about, but they didn't drill down into the actual uses of force in any significant way, as far as I can see, or we can see, in order to even do that initial after-action. So it seemed like the uses of force got put on some back burner, and they didn't get heated up until, 2 months ago or so. And when they did get heated up, the analysis isn't as robust as we would have expected or thought would have been adequate.
So before you guys looked at the body cam at the end of July, did anyone look at that body cam when they were preparing the after-action report?
I think that there was some limited exposure and presentations, and I think, Mayor, you've seen some of that in bits and pieces as part of the presentations that were made to you all informally. But as far as a full-on review of the force incidents and an evaluation and collecting the body camera and cataloging that all in a sophisticated and orderly way, we didn't see much of that.
Thank you.
So, and then I want to move on to two other things, but so my uninformed conclusion would be that for a progressive police department that prided itself on, or we thought prided itself on use of technology and being very progressive and making sure that we didn't overuse use of force, on May 31st, we did not get an A. In fact, I would suppose that we'd give ourselves an F. Let me move on for a minute. I was on, as you know, Michael, I was on 4th in Arizona, 4th in Santa Monica for over 2 hours during the looting. I was a very frustrated lifetime resident of the city. I've heard from some reports that the police initially ignored the looting on the theory that the looters were misdemeanor shoplifters and maybe not worth the police department's time and trouble. You address looting, but not as specifically as I would have liked since I was there. And in fact, as I think I told you when we talked, my mother was at the scene of the looting at 12th and Santa Monica as well. Can you shed some illumination on the police's reasoning for not addressing the extensive looting and damage to property and people that was going on in our city?
Sure, Councilmember Brock, and if my colleagues have further insight based on my immediate response, please fill in. I think this again goes back to the fact that the leadership was overwhelmed, and they didn't really know which problem or challenge to address with the most attention. Their attention was divided. They were not very well prepared for this, even though, as Therese indicated, there was certainly indicia that things were coming, that the looters were going to show up, that there was going to be a demonstration, and based on the Beverly Hills experience that some of them actually went to because they were part of the mutual aid contingency sent by Santa Monica to Beverly Hills, there was forewarning there. But we didn't receive information that we didn't validate any information that officers intentionally did not go after looting.
Became a lower priority.
They were overwhelmed as a result of the deployment decisions that were made. And quite candidly, early on in the process, I do think there was a lot of attention and devotion of resources to marshaling the numbers of protesters that were, going back and forth on Ocean Avenue, perhaps to the detriment of responding to the looters.
All right, two last questions, and I apologize for 4. But so we had the chief departed, but many of those senior command staff, it appears, I may be wrong, are still in command positions in the department. Were they retrained? Are they now, can we expect that they would respond differently? That they now understand their responsibilities and how to coordinate the department? Obviously, that was for all of us in the city, it was the worst experience, I believe, in our 145-year history. But
Councilmember Brock, let me just answer directly, but I'd like Steve and Teresa to jump in if there is more they want to say. The best evidence that command staff did figure it out was what happened on June 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th and et cetera. They figured it out. They had to go through a lot, and the community had to go through a lot of terrible experiences on May 31st in order to figure it out, but it did get figured out with the mobile command, as Steve indicated. But Steve or Teresa, do you want to amplify that comment?
I would just add, Councilman, that I had the opportunity to speak with each of those individuals at some length and for some of them on more than one occasion. And I will tell you, they are absolutely as or more critical of themselves and their own involvement in this as other people have been, understandably, in the disappointment about how the day went. So I think the get it factor is absolutely there. There was a little bit of a perfect storm quality to it for some of the reasons that we have identified earlier and that I won't belabor. But to your question about, have they adjusted and do they recognize, I think the answer to that would absolutely be yes.
And then lastly, for all of you, Michael, and your team, our trust in our police and our city government was largely shattered on May 31st. I love our police officers in our city. And having been a lifelong resident, I grew up having police officers as Little League coaches and friends and acquaintances for all my 67 years in the city. I know our police department, many officers were traumatized. And I know for many residents, they'll never be the same. I'd say we all feel like we have, we've suffered a lot. What can our police department do? And what can our city government do in those 44, 45 recommendations? And beyond that, to make sure that our residents trust in our police department, trust in our city government, and trust that we're all in this together?
Yeah.
That's a big question.
So support is critical on a going forward basis, but sort of continued engagement. So in order to build back trust, one of the things, the reason we're emphasizing this need to continue to engage with the community is so that as plans are being developed to improve your public safety response in all fields, not just in response to protest activity, but in all fields, that there be a level of community engagement and involvement in participating in these decisions. That has not historically been the case, Councilmember Brock. So as I have seen Santa Monica, and I had a little bit of experience a few years ago, as you know, but if I would put Santa Monica on the map compared to other agencies in LA County, for example, what I'd say is that there has been traditionally a deference by the city leadership, by the community of Santa Monica, to decisions made by your leadership in your department, and letting the experts sort of figure out the public safety response, letting the folks within that building figure out how best to deploy their resources. You've all given them great resources. You've provided them great benefits and salary and training opportunities. But that level of deference that I think has been in the past is probably going to be a relic of the past. I think, you know, as former President Obama's 21st Commission on 21st Century Policing said, one of the pillars is the need to have community engagement in public safety decisions. And I think particularly after the murder of George Floyd, that narrative throughout the country has emphasized that need for involving the community in different ways in public safety.
Thank you very much.
Hi. So a quick question, really procedural question. Are we going to have an opportunity for more questions? So are these just preliminary questions? No. Okay. So I should ask my questions now. You're muted. Okay. Got it. Okay. So first, just really quickly, because a couple things were brought up in previous questioning. In your opinion, Mr. Giannocco, blame for the lack of an initial after-action report lies squarely with whom? I just want to...
I think that there was some missteps about how that was going to be prepared, who was going to prepare it, how that was going to be vetted, and how was the city going to ensure that there be an objective reporting. And I think none of those questions were sufficiently plumbed, certainly not in the public safety building, about how best to provide a level of transparency and objectivity in that review.
Okay. And just one thing to clarify, you'd referenced the during the PowerPoint that some of us that were on council had seen earlier that there was body camera footage, and I know that I don't recall that. I actually remember specifically asking about body camera footage at a few points where there was reference made to specific situations and it wasn't actually available or provided. So I just wanted to clarify that people don't misunderstand exactly what, those of us who were there at that point in the process, information we were privy to. And so that leads me to my next question. I just want to start with sort of who knew what and when. There were a lot of allegations over the last year made that the council specifically was directing PD. And I found it interesting that it never came up in the report, because I'm confident this came up in the conversations. And I just wanted to sort of double check with you. Was this in line, this allegation, in line with anything you uncovered in your research, and specifically on page 31 and 32, that the only sort of even acknowledgement of like the council chief relationship that I noted in the report was that the chief emailed council, and I wasn't on council at the time, but that the chief emailed council at 7 a.m. on 5/31 with status updates and confirmation that basically she was in control and they were sufficiently prepared. And so I'm just wondering if there was anything beyond that, because of some of the public sentiment and allegation around who was instructing whom and when.
Yeah. So, Councilmember McGowan, a couple things. One is the sound, radio communication, media clip timeline, interactive timeline that I think was presented at various times to various individuals is what I was speaking of. My recollection is there might have been a clip or two of body-worn camera, but I could be wrong about that. The second thing is that, as to your question about council directing, we found that allegation to be so far-fetched, I guess we decided not to address it, but we have no evidence to suggest that council was directing the department on what to do and when to do it with regard to any decision made on May 31st.
Okay. And then so are we, Mayor Himmelrich, I know that one of our recommendations, the 43rd recommendation, is to receive a formal report from PD with their responses, but I wondered if we're able to ask Interim Chief Seabrooks just sort of a small question, or?
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't know. Although this is...
Surely that's allowed.
I think anything is allowed, but I think the nature of this report is such that if you can't get the answer from these folks, then that's a gap.
Okay, so I'll just ask Mr. Giannacco, maybe you can help me with this. So again, on May 31st, I was just, I'll say, an uninformed resident with certain assumptions about our police department and how we fund them and everything else and how resourced we are. And so based on several of your observations, one takeaway could be that we were not well resourced. And I assume in PD's formal response we'll receive expanded explanation from their perspective, but at this time, do you have any explanation based on the time you've spent in this over the last several months that can help me better understand some of the inferences about resources and training beyond, fear of budget challenges, but like on page 27 regarding intelligence resources and a lack thereof, page 36, Guy 1 inefficiencies, page 56 and 57, buses, field jail resources, PPE for folks at the field jails. Page 79, mutual aid, sharing water bottles. Page 80, 5-year training lapse. Is it a training lapse? That's what it seemed it was based on the report. But, and, page 81, not enough resources to deploy in a skirmish line, yet this was the chosen approach. So I'm just curious, again, I was under the impression that we had a well-resourced department. And so beyond just the chief at that time's apparent fear budget constraints and overtime and other things, what did you really see that our department had such resource inefficiencies that some of this should have happened the way it did? Or was it just simply poor planning?
I think the planning piece had a lot to do with it. I think, as my colleague Steve indicated, that, and this is true, that the enormity of the individuals who were out to protest and the enormity of the individuals who came into your city to take advantage of that activity, to steal and loot, burglarize, was overwhelming and unprecedented, and the department underestimated the likelihood that that would occur, because it has never occurred before. So there's that. Does the department have the ability to have water bottles for people with mutual aid? Do they have resources to do that? Absolutely. Did they plan sufficiently to have water and food for people who came from Santa Barbara County so that they could be fed? No. So I don't think it was as much a resource issue as it was a planning issue.
And then one number I wasn't able to find was the mutual aid that we offered surrounding areas on May 30th. What was the exact number of officers that we offered mutual aid, do you recall, versus how many we were given on May 31st? I'm just trying to get some perspective on the ratio.
Yes, Councilmember. Does anyone on my team have any numbers like that, Teresa?
And if I missed it in the report, I'm so sorry.
No, you didn't miss it in the report, Mayor Pro Tem. And if you'll give me just a moment to look through my very extensive binder to find that number, I certainly have those numbers for you.
Do you mind, while you're looking for that, if I just ask my last question?
Absolutely, please do.
So regarding sort of, the overwhelmingness of May 31st and just how it really strained our resources, and we did rely on mutual aid, specifically with regard to dispatch. The only recommendation on page 93 was to review for training purposes regarding dispatch. But I'm just curious, based on the experiences you've had with other departments and in this business for over 20 years, are there mutual aid opportunities in the space of dispatch? So based on your review of this incident, were our systems generally compared to how they compared to other cities with which you've worked in? Is our EOC dispatch size sufficient for a community of our size? Obviously not for 12 times the normal call ratio, but is mutual aid an option in the dispatch world? And Councilmember Parr might know all the answers to this, but
she might. I might want to bring her on the team to answer the question, but I would suggest that on an ordinary day, your dispatch center is well resourced. This was extraordinary. I've not heard of a situation where others are brought in to help from other agencies because of some cross-training issues, not understanding the console or the call numbers and the codes. Some of that's not easily transferable. But that doesn't mean it's not a bad idea to have that sort of mutual aid backup in the case that a city does get overwhelmed, either through a disaster or something like this. So I think that's a great idea. I just don't know that it's been implemented anywhere else. I'm going to be looking into that, though. You've got me on something. The thing that I do suggest, though, is that as a result of efficiencies and economies of scale, many jurisdictions are now going to regional dispatch centers. I am not a fan of that. I think that having local control and local involvement by your dispatchers in the affairs of that particular city are better than to go with a regional approach.
Well, and I would just say preliminarily that I tend to agree with that assessment. But Teresa, if you need more time, it's cool. We can go on to Councilmember De La Torre, but
I have it for you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm pretty sure the number is, I'm sorry, Teresa, it's on page 22. The number is 26 of your report. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I did.
Is that correct? It's in the report.
I believe the Mayor Pro Tem's question was also related to how many resources Santa Monica provided out on May 30th. And that's right. And so it was teams deployed to Beverly Hills, and there were approximately 4+ units that were deployed there. And that's correct, about 26 officers.
And you do have it. It's on page 22 of the report. I know I'd seen it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oscar, you're up.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Michael Janako, how you doing? Good seeing you. And team, thank you, OIR, for the report, a very thorough report. And I'm very familiar with the OIR because there was a very similar investigation done in 2010 in Santa Monica regarding another incident. But so I really thank you for the recommendation to hold ourselves accountable for the implementation of the recommendation. Real important, because all of this is for nothing if we don't make changes and we don't, take the recommendations seriously. So thank you very much for making sure that we institute that within our accountability system. Really important. One question that I had is a follow-up on the a question that Councilwoman McCowan made regarding the role of the city council. And I know that you said that there really wasn't much evidence of the city council engaged in any of the decision making. But what about the city manager? So questions regarding budget, for example, when the request was made for 100 police officers and there was an approval for 20, was that a decision that was made with city manager influence, or was this decision solely made within ranks of the police department?
Steve, do you want to take that one on?
Councilmember De La Torre, in terms of the particulars, we did not find evidence of that level of engagement by the city manager's office on on Saturday, May 30th. The command staff was, and we spoke with the chief, the former chief, and we spoke with the different participants in those conversations, and the influence of the city manager's office was not a factor that anyone identified. I think the larger issue had to do with the chief's sense of overall budgetary pressures and maybe specific concern about overtime. I don't know how much of that was related to the pandemic in particular and the belt tightening that the city was experiencing. But our understanding is that the department was cut, significantly less than other city departments, that there was absolutely a continued deference to the police department, and we did not hear that the city manager was directly responsible for that particular critical decision on Saturday night.
What about the decision to send two of our captains, one of them who was the sort of like the captain in charge? Two captains were sent to meet with protesters and sort of taking away strategic decision making and planning, right? How was that decision made? It doesn't sound to me that was, I think that was one of the major breakdowns, and I was trying to understand sort of how that decision was made. Was that the chief of police? What's the reasoning behind that decision?
So I will acknowledge a similar level of confusion, and it just didn't make a lot of sense in terms of our experience of how these things are ordinarily run. And again, the failure to designate an incident commander until very late in the game, and then to send that person into the field and with another captain, that it just was I would chalk it up to a kind of a fundamental misreading of the situation as it was playing out at that point in time. And that's all I can tell you. But again, we don't have any reason to believe that there was any other influence on that decision besides the chief's sense in that moment that was going to be a potential way of getting more useful information and maybe developing a rapport with the protesters.
Yes, I mean, it'd be very concerning for me that if politics gets in the way of public safety, and when I look at some of these decisions, it's just very concerning to me. It seems like we're trying to appease the protest organizers or try to figure something out, and it looked like there was just a huge lap.
We will have comment later. I'm sorry,
okay.
But can you really keep
another question then, really quick. We had some of our police officers in Beverly Hills on Saturday night, and so what was the report back? I mean, was there any report back saying, hey, look, we need to be prepared? What was the communication? Why does it seem like we had personnel over there, but it didn't trigger sort of like, hey, we're in trouble, or there's a real concern here that we need to get prepared. Like, do you feel that's am I reading it right?
I think that's an accurate assessment of the situation. The people who had actually been in the field in Beverly Hills and participated, they got back in the small hours on Sunday morning, and they were very, very concerned with what they had seen. And I think I would guess, and my recollection in speaking to some of them, I think they were very surprised that the department had not ramped up based on, just general information and just the way things were going overall. But again, it speaks to that overall disjointed nature of the department's communications and kind of chain of command structure at that point in time.
Hmm. Kind of unrelated to all the incidents there, but very important for us to understand moving forward. On page 17 of the report states that 4 of the 5 highest-ranking police executives below the chief left the organization after the chief's arrival and within months of each other, leaving simultaneous vacancies. And so the report found that the impact was inherently destabilizing. Any understanding on why we had such an exodus?
I think it was a combination of circumstances, and the simplest way I can put it is that there were not one particular overarching reason that all of them shared. And the people that I spoke with said, each one of those folks would have to speak for themselves, but some of them were of retirement age, some of them saw other opportunities, but I think some of it had to do with the fact that in their initial period of time working with the new chief, they didn't necessarily feel like they had her confidence and that there was necessarily going to be a lot of reliance on them or growth opportunities within the department.
Okay, thank you for that. And lastly, the report urges accountability on the officers who did not activate their body-worn cameras. I'm trying to figure out what type of accountability do you recommend, or what's the recommendation there?
There's a wide variety of remedial possibilities and tools that the department has to address this issue. Whether it's through counseling or remediation or training or documented counseling, there are a lot of opportunities and methods that the department has to remediate this and send a message to officers that, God forbid, we get into another situation like that, but you better have your camera on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thanks, Councilmember De La Torre. Christine, I think you're up. Do you have any questions? You can say no.
Well, the majority of my questions have been answered. I think more than anything, I have a lot of comments because I have, some insight about that. So I'll wait till comments. But I just wanted to say that. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank OIR for a great report. I really enjoyed reading it. It was a very thorough and compassionate report, and I appreciate that. But I will make my additional comments later. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, so as usual, I have more questions. One of the things, and there was a podcast in the city today about the report, and there was some grumbling about the fact there were no names, so I thought it would be good to talk about why there are no names.
An after-action report generally doesn't contain names because it's really not an investigation where people are supposed to be blamed and outed and identified. That's a whole other process. An after-action is supposed to be a systemic review of an incident with the idea of how can we understand what happened, how can we understand what the problems or challenges were, where did the department fall short of expectations, and what can we do to make things better. It's not whether Captain Smith did this and Captain so-and-so screwed up here and there. That's not what an after-action report is intended to be.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the many, many issues that you've identified in the planning and the initial execution, as somebody who has been involved in some issues like this, it sounds as if these were rookie mistakes. So you can tell me if that's wrong, but did we have a lack of preparedness at our executive level of the police in knowing how to deal with any kind of incident like this?
Mayor, I was thinking of using LAPD as an example where they've been through these things before, but I can't use that as an example because they apparently continue to make the same mistakes in that city. So I will say that unlike Los Angeles, Santa Monica has not experienced this before, and so I do think that the unique nature of this, the view that I think has been articulated over the years that protesters aren't going to come to the west side, they're not going to come to this side of the 405, was something that I think left at least some members of the department with a feeling of complacency that shouldn't have been there.
Didn't really answer. I just have to be clear with you. I mean, I feel as if we had a very young, inexperienced leadership team, beginning with the chief, and we're now looking for another chief, and I want to know, and that the reason I'm asking you this, and we could take it offline, but I want the community to know that we are not going to make this mistake again, right? I mean, obviously we aren't hiring the chief, but I would like you to address the concept of what we need in our new police chief.
Oh boy, that's a good question. I think certainly a level of experience and maturity and understanding and the dynamics are certainly important. Another thing that, quite frankly, the mayor, that candidates or applicants for the chief might want to ask them to participate in is to take a look at this and see whether or not they have an understanding of some of these issues and go outside the traditional questioning and interviewing of chief candidates that I see, which are really sort of boilerplate, and try to get into the specifics of what the challenges might be in the future should a similar situation occur. That's the kind of thing you might want to test your applicants on.
Well, the other thing I think is that, and let me ask you, I mean, this was not a very predictable situation, the confluence of the three streams of events. So I think that you would, I'll tell you the idea of not setting up a command post, to me, I'm just going to say it, right? That's what I thought was the rookie mistake. And I think that anybody with any experience in a large deployment would understand that. And that's what I'm having trouble understanding. And how do we know that the next guy or woman, right, gets it? obviously there's no guarantee, but at least is able to adjust to it, and will make sure, that's the other thing, the 5-year training gap, that this is important and people need to be trained.
Right.
Ask
And
the question.
I think your question is an important one, and it really is critical to the city as you are trying to figure out who your next chief is going to be. So I understand the line of questioning. I think that clearly there is an advantage to considering somebody who has been through more of this type of activity, busier police departments, departments that are often having to react and improvise and move on the fly and do things that are, react to things that are unprecedented. Those kinds of attributes, I think, are something that might be something that you would want to value in your selection process.
My next question is, one of the things that also occurred to me is that we lack a reasonable succession plan in our police department. And is that still true, or is it, I mean, every organization should have some sort of succession plan, and it seems that this was sort of a result of that. Do we have one? Do you know?
Steve or Teresa, do you want to address that at all? I have a thought, but I'll let you go first, Steve.
So, Mayor Himmelrich, I would be hesitant to answer that question on behalf of the department. I will tell you that the whole idea of building a bench, you're absolutely right, is critical. And when you had the very unusual circumstance of so much turnover within weeks or months of each other at the highest levels of the agency, that's creating a vacuum. That said, I think there was room then and obviously now for people to be grooming and developing and mentoring people that have a lot of potential at the lower ranks of the agency and helping to develop some of the range of skills that you need. So I would absolutely encourage you to talk to the department about that, because it's a very, very legitimate question. And I think to your other issue about the rookie mistakes, all I would add is that there was absolutely some inexperience there. But what was unfortunate is that there were people in the department that maybe not at the captain level or the deputy chief level or the chief level, but there were certainly people in the department who had the expertise and who had the ability to address the situations that had arisen and had done so in the past. And that's the frustration, is just that things were so disjointed that the people who absolutely could have made a difference were not being heard or listened to or incorporated into the vision of the department's response.
So this is sort of an overarching question, but had the planning been better, do you think the looting was preventable?
I do not believe the looting would have been preventable, but it could have been highly mitigated.
And now I want to go into the role of the city council versus the city manager and also communication, right? Because I understand your criticisms about the siloed nature of the police department, and maybe it's a siloed nature of all of the various groups in the city, but as somebody who was sitting at home and hadn't been out for ages watching this, I was very frustrated. My question is, should the council be integrated into the planning for another incident like this, to serve a role as communicators or as people who are reaching out to the public or whatever, when we're thinking about our next, should this happen again, the kind of tactical plans for this happening, or any incident of this kind?
I think that as policymakers for the city, as your body has that authority, that it certainly should provide direction on how you want your public safety to be performed in your city. I think that is clearly critical these days, and it's a growing concern. you all are closest to your community. They elect you to do that job, and with getting input from your constituency and setting the direction of the department, I think is critical. With regard to planning a particular event that, is anticipated with only a few hours or days notice, I'm not sure that there is an effective role for an individual council member with regard to that, just because of the nature of how you make your decisions, the authority you have as a body, but less authority as individuals. The other thing that I would say, though, that I think is important to think about on a forward-going basis is when things happen and there is a need to communicate to your constituency about what has just happened, I think you have to have a greater role in how that gets pushed out.
Finally, I am concerned for all of us, and especially our police officers, about just everything that's happened over the last year and how depressing it is. I'm sure morale is terrible. I think a lot of people are depressed. I think people react differently in stress situations, fight or flight. But what I'd like to know is what we can do for the general mental health and well-being of our police officers going forward. I think everybody's been staying away from everybody, and I certainly have not been grappling with these issues because I was waiting for your report, which laid out this and touched upon this, but I would really like to know what we can do about that, because I really believe we need to.
And that outreach has been even exacerbated by this pandemic and the need to communicate in the way that we're communicating this evening, and the inability to have face-to-face contact, etc. Look, one of the things that I would say that isn't done enough is that virtually every day there's some sort of heroic act by a particular officer in your city that happens. You don't know much of it. You never learn any of it. But when, in ways in which you can try to effectively ascertain that an officer has performed in a particularly noteworthy way, nothing like a pat on the back, at a person, at a girl, at a boy kind of comment and recognition from leadership of the city. There's nothing better as far as increasing morale and making officers understood that they are appreciated in the city.
And this might be a good year across the country for a robust national night out, right?
That could
Isn't
help.
that the summer?
Sure.
That's in the summer, right?
I can't wait to get out, Mayor.
You're out. Come on. We're all out. But,
not in the same way. I'm still got my toe in the water. I'm not all the way into the surf.
But is there some sort of program especially designed for police officers who I understand have a different kind of stress in their jobs? When I say program, I mean some kind of mental health kind of boost program that is really designed for and I see Stephen nodding, so you can tell me about it later. I just needed to know it existed. Thank you.
There are a number of programs.
Yeah, okay, so now I muted myself. Because we're ready for public comment, which we're going to hear as we did the last time without interruption. If council members want to follow up on comments, stay here. They may do it after we hear public comment. So, are we queued up, Denise?
Yes. Esther, are we ready?
We're ready to go.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Esther, let's take the two audio callers first.
The video callers?
Video callers, sorry.
Yeah, so I have Mr. Michael Rowe. Good evening. You're in the meeting. Did you want your video turned on? Michael Roll? Okay, I'll go to the other caller. Good evening, Jen Ludwinski. You're in the meeting. Would you like your video turned on?
Sure, you can turn it on.
Okay. Your time starts now.
Good evening. I have deep appreciation for our police officers and acknowledge the risks and the difficulties they face daily. I also want to acknowledge the appropriateness of the movement to reassess the approach to law enforcement with respect to justice and equality. It's within that context that I address some of the specifics of the narrowly focused report. I commend the OIR Group for a very in-depth report. Among their many recommendations are some head-slappingly obvious ones relating to basic organizational communications, which I trust are already being addressed and I won't dwell on. Based on my own professional participation on many after-action study teams and the follow-up to those, I strongly recommend that the 44 recommendations be prioritized by the Council into at least, say, 3 categories: critical, important, and maybe other. My experience is that trying to address all 44 items equally will result in the critical issues getting lost among the many far less important issues. There are 3 issues that I'd like to focus on. Recommendation 14, I believe, is flawed, as it suggests that the use of force policy should somehow be modulated by a real-time interpretation of First Amendment relevancy by public safety personnel. Instead, use of force should flow from objective criteria, such as safety to protesters, the general public, officers, or to protect property from riotous mobs. It shouldn't matter whether the subject activity is associated with a First Amendment action, a sports celebration, or a criminal act. Let's give our police clear and objective criteria for use of force that they can reliably act on to protect themselves and those they serve. I think it's also, number 2, is I think it's shameful that half of the officers neglected to activate their body cameras. This, in my mind, is an insubordinate act, which had the collateral impact of not collecting action. Okay.
Mayor, you're muted.
Good evening, Michael Rowe. You're in the meeting. Would you like your video turned on? Mr. Rowe? Okay, let me go to the phone caller then.
Transferring Denise Barden.
Good evening, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. In looking at the after action and evaluation for May 31st, 2020, all of you sitting up there that were there a year ago should be especially ashamed and embarrassed of your actions and inactions, up to and including your appointment of the police chief and other city officials. Maybe these positions should now be elected by the residents. The most glaring reason for May 31st, 2020 happening can be found on page 18, where it lists one of the chief's strains being related to budget issues, particularly regarding staffing and overtime, which says to me, spending on your special interests is more important to you than the safety of the city and its residents. And now you want to act like it didn't happen or was acceptable, which can be seen on page 96, where both the chief and city manager try to put a positive spin on May 31st, 2020, as you have too. Some of the other points of great concern include those being there being no leadership role or plan in the chief's absence, page 21, body cameras not being activated by officials, page 11, the number of crimes that occurred in contrast to felony arrests, page 49, the unprofessionalism in managing citations, booking, and associated paperwork resulting in people who should have gotten charged with felonies being charged with being out after curfew, page 54 and 58. Not to mention the almost non-existent actions to bring the riot and looters into custody afterward, page 60, along with the problems the police had with crowd control and questionable use of force without warning, even if it was non-lethal munitions. In ending, my real concern is that this report is all for show, and not all the corrections will be made, just like the City of Santa Monica's Fair Housing Report, dated April 1st, 2020, which found that there was a lack of supported services for the disabled, which continues to be that way until now, over a year later. Thank you.
Good evening. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now. Hello? Hello? Is someone there on the line?
Hello, transferring John Medlin.
Good evening, John Medlin. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Okay. Yes, I am a 25-year citizen of Santa Monica. I'm also one of the 65,000 persons who signed the petition to remove the police chief after the March 31 event. I guess in reading the report, I used to be involved in preparing these things for the Army and also for the Georgia Board of Regents. So I think that the report was given was very well done, very, so they did a good job. They had great recommendations. As a prior speaker said, you have to prioritize them. I guess my primary concern is we have to create trust, and trust requires truth and transparency, and that's what this is all about. And I really commend Mayor Himmelrich because she was the one who spearheaded this independent report, and I appreciate this. So I think we really have to use what we do have. What's happened has happened, and spilt milk is spilt milk. I got very upset reading some of the things in the report, but again, it's spilt milk, so that's the way it is. So we can use the neighborhood resource officers. These guys do great work for us. As citizens of Santa Monica, and our responsibility is to become, quote, an educated voter. In hiring the next police chief, we need to prioritize candidates' experience dealing with unexpected chaos. I mean, we had Watson 65, we had Rodney King in 92, we had the earthquake in 94. So people have had this experience. It has to be respected and utilized. And finally, this has to be throughout history and has to be brought more and more to our attention. The number one priority of any and all governments is the safety of its citizens. That has to be our number one priority. Please keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Transferring Joanne Berlin.
Good evening, Joanne Berlin. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Yes, I was struck. This is Joanne Berlin. I was struck reading through the report, like others were, about the police cameras not being. And the folks who wrote the report saying that in regards to that no corrective action to this day has been taken. Those are their words. And this is just not following policy and not having any consequences of not following policy and not being transparent. This is some of the experiences we've had with trying to talk over the years with the police about various specific incidents that have come up. Another thing that struck me on page 73 was this business about tiered approach to use of force. And again, the authors, trying to be so nice and polite about it, said that in fact, a tiered approach was not how the deployment initially occurred around Ocean and the pier. And I'm sure that's true, even though we don't have the pictures of the body cams, but I've seen enough film of around that time, and I know someone who was hit by the projectiles while walking away. I mean, I just know that, again, what's happened is what was put forth was really a lie about having a tiered approach to use of force, and there was no transparency about it. And that's one of the reasons that I'm so glad now that the council has put in place the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. I wish it was.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Thank you, Joanne.
Mm-hmm.
Transferring Claiborne.
Good evening, Mr. Claiborne. You're in the meeting and your time starts now. Mr. Claiborne? You're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Mr. Claiborne? Let's go to the other caller.
Transferring Claiborne.
I still hear. Am I on now?
You're on. Your time starts now.
Okay. Yeah. In your report, you have a graphic of probably an Instagram graphic of someone promoting looting in Santa Monica, and you mention in the footnotes a number of tweets which are promoting looting in Santa Monica. Now, these people aren't mentioning the Black Lives Matter movement, George Floyd, or anything with the social justice movement. They were promoting looting. Now, one of those you list is at Mr. Rawtech. I may have that wrong. And it begins, if LA starts looting and rioting, please take it to Santa Monica. Now, that Twitter account is gone now, but I was able to trace it to what I believe is the original tweet at I Am Japan. And this particular tweet had over 9,000 retweets in a very short period of time, even though that account has only about 1,500 followers. It also had Rawtech in the graphic at the head of the on his Twitter page. In addition, in searching for this, I was surprised to find some Cyrillics turned up into one of my searches, which surprised me. So, in brief, my question, and obviously, whoever was promoting looting Santa Monica to take place simultaneous with the Black Lives Matter march was not doing the social justice movement or the city of Santa Monica any favors. In fact, they were attacking both. And looking at this, and I've only had a little bit of time, and I don't know if you addressed this in your report because, I got to this point in the report, and I decided to look into this because I have a little bit of experience with this.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Okay, well, my question is anybody looking into what the source of these social media posts were? Because I think that was a coordinated activity and could have been done by anybody, including someone outside of the United States or a group outside of the United States or other right-wing groups looking to discredit the Black Lives Matter movement.
Thank you, Mr. Claiborne.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the video caller. Good evening, Michael Rowe. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Okay, but
is this Mr. Rowe?
Yeah, I can hear.
I can hear you. Do you want your video turned on?
So, thank.
I think this is a prank call, Esther, unless there's a bad reception.
Call. This was video can
Would you like me to mute the call?
Yeah, I think somebody should advise him to call in or something.
Mr. Rowe, we're going to reopen the phone queue, and if you want to call in and be heard, you can call 310-458-8423. But you need to call back quickly. Go ahead, Esther, to the next call.
Yeah, so there's one more call here. You guys transfer the call in, please. Can the call be transferred in, please? Okay, looks like we don't have any more callers.
Esther, there's one more. I see one more phone number down there. Is that for this item?
Yeah, that's the one that I opened up. I was just informed there is no more callers.
Okay.
So we are ending public comment and
actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There is one more. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then let's hear the final caller, please.
Would you please transfer the call in? Anya, it's unmuted. Please transfer the call. Looks like they're having some trouble transferring the call in.
Well, we'll wait. I apologize for this, but public comment is important.
Let's try that other one.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Your time starts now.
Okay. This is Isabel Story. I'm calling in. I'm a longtime Santa Monica resident. And I came before you about a year ago after all these incidents, very vehement about we needed the independent investigation. And so first of all, I want to thank you. I want to thank the council for being persistent and getting it done, and for the OIR Group for doing a really thorough job. And what struck me the most, I have skimmed over the report, read some in detail, is the use of force. I hope that attention will really be paid to this. And I keep hearing sounds coming back. Am I coming across okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Isabel. Thanks for calling. You can keep going.
Wait, I'm not done. Okay,
I know. Keep going. Talk.
All right. Okay. So basically, I wanted to make a point about the use of force, because I think some of the procedural things and stuff like that, will be, I have confidence it'll be taken care of. But there's so many unresolved things here, and I think we need to address the recommendations on changing our use of force policies. I see so many instances where it says policy on tear gas lacking specific details, something on flashbangs, no policy. So on these less than lethal munitions, we need to have way more specific policies. And in addition to the policies, accountability for when there was use of force that was not as it should have been. I don't see, any accountability for that. And lastly, just follow through after this, because now we have this great report. We can look at it all, read it, talk about it. I'd like to see some reporting back to the community about what is happening, with these benchmarks, what's being implemented. I don't know exactly what form that would take, but I don't want this to be the last time I hear about it publicly. I'd like to hear about the follow-through on this. I guess that's it.
Thanks, Isabel. So is that all the callers, or do we have more?
No more callers.
Great. So we're now ready for public comment, and I think we ought to think about how to do this. Obviously, we're going to receive the report, but I think we need to cover what people think are the priorities that we need. The gentleman who called earlier who said we should class things into priorities, I agree with that, so I'd like to know what everybody's priorities are. And then I need to, then I think we ought to discuss what we think we need more investigation of with the Public Safety Commission. And I'm interested in any other ideas people have, but I want to start with Christine because she was saving for this part, so she goes first.
Thank you. So while I was reading this report, it really, it brought back for me a lot of memories, not only of what happened in Santa Monica, but I was working in the Emergency Operations Center during the unrest as well. And so I was working with my law enforcement partners and helping to support their efforts to make sure that they had all the logistics that they needed. Obviously, the city I work for is a lot smaller than the city of Santa Monica, and I think that, and I'm just making comments, what helped us in our city, not to say that this doesn't happen in Santa Monica, because I do know that it does, but for the last few months, our emergency operations director was the chief of police. And as a result of that, he was intimately involved with a lot of support, coordination, planning, logistics in the EOC, and also had his staff pretty much be the section coordinators, and quite a few positions within our emergency operations center. And so that gave them, practical daily experience in incident command. Not that they already have it, but saying it was just very actively doing incident command every day, so that when we had to declare an emergency for the George Floyd civil unrest, they just kind of switched gears from the pandemic to the unrest, and I got to see firsthand their operations. And so uniquely, they had their department operations center as part of the emergency operations center because they were working 2 incidents. And so I was the one that had to call the National Guard when the chief asked for the National Guard. And it was one of the, I understand the bureaucracy of it because I had connections, or I knew people at the Los Angeles County Emergency Operations Center, and I found out who the lead person was in the sheriff's, and I got his cell phone number, and I called and I called and I called him. And it was that persistence that paid off, that I was finally able to get the National Guards to come out and protect our major asset, which was a big shopping mall that we had been protecting 24 hours a day for a few days beforehand. And the reason why I wanted to share all this is because there was a lot of firsts for a lot of us during this pandemic and during this George Floyd event. For a lot of us, we were activating an emergency operations center that we hadn't activated in a very long time because we hadn't had events, although we've had lots of trainings, but that was one factor. Another factor was that we were activating emergency operations centers virtually. Now, that was the first time for a lot of us. So it wasn't business as usual. It was a very different experience of being virtual and trying to coordinate, support, manage, incidents. And so, I was constantly, trying to figure out in the very beginning of like, what am I forgetting? What am I missing? Because I couldn't see the way that you could normally see, if you will. And so, I appreciate, the report. how it was laid out, how that I could see the timeline of events and how things were unfolding. And the nail on the head is the planning component. Having an emergency act, having that action plan and really, designating who's who at the zoo is the way we say it. Who's going to take care of what, how, and when, and having those redundancies, having that A person, that B person, and that C person that is going to be able to, relieve other staff and what have you. And so, but I will say that I have every confidence that moving forward, that our police department, our law enforcement is going to work hard to win back the community's trust. I feel that I really like the idea of the caller about categorizing the recommendations into, we got to do these right now, these are next up, and these are like lower categories. And so I would appreciate OIR maybe trying to categorize those into 3. I also like that the caller called about trust and transparency, and that goes both ways. It goes law enforcement to be trusting and transparent, but also us as city council members and as city officials, period, is being transparent and with our community. And so I appreciate that being brought up and making sure that with our communications in the future that we are transparent with our community. Sometimes it's uncomfortable, but I think that they have a right to know that we are fully aware. We are not happy about this, but we're moving forward and we're gonna do what we need to do. So there's that. And lastly, one of the other things too that I think that we need to bring up is in the world of emergency management or in emergency planning and incident command, you're always taught to plan for the worst case scenario. So you have to throw everything at it because it's a lot easier to scale back than it is to scale up. And so I think that was another one of those missing pieces. And so, but I know that our law enforcement is really ready and able to earn everybody's trust back. And I also wanted to end on, I really appreciate the recommendation about mental health support because that incident was traumatic for many people. For those of us that were inside, on top of working a pandemic for days on end without any days off, and then to have to, support an incident like George Floyd, it's exhausting. And I can't tell you how many times I've cried personally, and I wasn't out boots on the ground. And so I also heard from a lot of police officers, which I really appreciate that you included in the report, that their families, their wives, and their kids were out there the very next day sweeping and cleaning up. And I appreciate that because that shows their commitment to this community and their willingness to work with us. So thank you again, OIR. I really appreciate all your work.
So, Christine, I'm not letting you off the hook, and that was really helpful. Your experience is really great here. So my question, and if there were things that you considered critical in this report that we should be acting on, not kicking it over to the public safety reform group, but actually implementing policies ourselves immediately, is there anything that you think we ought to do? What would you consider critical?
Are you talking about like as a city council, or are you talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about you as a city council member deciding what you think are the most critical aspects of this that we need to address immediately. You can say I haven't thought about it. That's okay.
I haven't, because this was a very it was a very personal experience for me to read it and to go through it, and so it's hard for me to say.
Okay, thanks. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that was really helpful, particularly from your perspective. Krista.
Question of clarification. Would it just be of value to sort of accept the recommendations move that that PD prepare their response. And I didn't know we were going to be asked to start to prioritize and also create specific policy from the council today that is separate and apart from potentially what we send to the Oversight Commission. So I just want to like better understand what, because the recommendations that are, the recommended actions that we were given are just a little different. So can you just help me understand what the process is here? You're muted, Sue. We can't hear you.
I don't know what everybody else did. I took the recommendations, right, and I grouped them into categories. Okay, Teresa, you can laugh at me, but it's okay. Some are policies and procedures, right? Some are personnel, right? You guys could probably tell us this. Some of it, this is less lethal methods, munitions, right? And some of it is communications and training, right? There are categories here. And, but I am perfectly happy to move ahead to receive and file the report and to refer to the Public Safety Commission and back to the police. Although I agreed with some of the comments that we should be asking the police not only for their response to the recommendations, but what their plans are for implementing. So if you want to make the motion, Kristen, I think we can do that, but I do think we may need to discuss a little more what we think should be emphasized.
Yeah, and we can go to Councilmember McEwen. I just wanted, and Sue, I'll let you make some initial motions at this point, but yeah, I think there's still more to discuss. I just wanted clarification on exactly what was happening here. Okay.
Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I want to go way beyond receive and file, certainly, although I'm not sure that the council tonight should be picking out which specific recommendations. I think the priority for me here is leadership, planning, and use of force. It was clear we had a leadership vacuum. It was also clear we just didn't have plans prepared. And that really surprises me because somewhere in my not recently visited secure box at City Hall, I have a binder of emergency plans for the city that we created years ago. And they involve tidal waves and floods and fires. I'm sure there's something in there about, an invasion of locusts. Not to have plans for large protests or for waves of organized rioting looters surprises me. So I think that's got to be a priority. The use of force, really concerns me to find out how unspecific our policies are and how unaccountable we've been to fulfilling those policies. And the lack of use of body-worn cameras, I think, underscores that. I do not think we should be asking the police department to tell us which of the 44 recommendations it accepts. I think we should be asking the police department to tell us within 90 days exactly how it's going to implement those 44 recommendations. And having just appointed a Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, I think we should definitely draw on their expertise, hand this report and these recommendations to them, and let them investigate and elaborate and come back to us as the police department will within no more than 90 days with a coordinated plan to affect all this. I don't think we can wait. We don't know when the next unexpected event is going to be.
So, Kevin, are you anticipating two separate processes, one by the Public Safety Reform Commission and the other by the police department to come up with plans and then we merge them, or shall they work together?
Well, I think they're going to have two very different points of view, and I'd be very surprised if they didn't. The police department, on one hand, I think needs to look at the 44 recommendations based on the expertise of the OIR and tell us how they can implement those. I would be expecting the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Committee to be looking beyond the 44 and to be saying, okay, and here's how to make this truly the great police department we want to have and to be. You know, we've got an awful lot going for us in Santa Monica. This is a well-resourced department, despite the fact that they couldn't find water bottles for the visiting police. I mean, that wasn't the issue. It was planning there. We have an awful lot of very good officers who are really committed to this city, and we deserve to have them have the backing in terms of leadership and planning to make them do the job that they came here to do. I think that there's two parallel streams that need to be pursued here. One is through the department itself, through the administration of PD, and the other is the newly formed commission. And within 90 days with those reports, I would anticipate this council will then say, those are all great ideas, and here's what else we hope we can do.
Thank you, Kevin. And I think we should go through and get comments from everyone, and then unless you want to make a motion, Kevin, to guide the comment.
I'll make what I just suggested as a motion. So that would be, let's see, that we pass along all 44 of the recommendations, with the priorities being leadership, planning, and the use of force. That we pass them to the police department, asking them to come back within 90 days, letting us know how they will implement those 44. That we pass them on to the commission, asking them to look at the 44 and help us decide what more might need to be done. I mean, this doesn't address at all, for instance, racial discrimination or how people of color are handled in the streets. There may be implementations that will come out of this that'll be even broader than what happened on May 31st. I want to hear those from the commission. That report also due back within 90 days to give the council the opportunity to synthesize further direction.
So I'll second.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
I did, and I think someone else did as well.
Yeah, so Councilmember Brock, so moved by McEwen, seconded by Councilmember Brock. Kevin, would it be a friendly amendment to add to the three categories, mental health?
And that is for our police officers.
Yes, not us. We're already gone. But
yeah, let me be very clear here. As much as it disturbs me that body cameras were not activated, I recognize what a tough job our police officers have and how much tougher it was under the circumstances they faced on May 31st. I have great compassion for them, as I do for the businesses who lost goods, for the demonstrators who felt their civil liberties were impinged. That day sucked, okay? It sucked for all of us. We all need to heal from that.
But so mental health, are we adding that as one of the two, as a fourth?
Yes.
Thank you. Is that friendly to the seconder? Councilmember Brock?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So I think we're on, okay, so let me, yes, I'm sorry, City Attorney. What do we do now?
No, can I just put this up so I'm sure that we all understand what the motion is?
That would be great. I love this new thing you're doing where we understand what the motion is.
I will try and share my screen.
This is definitely value added. Thank you.
So I've put up, and Councilmember McEwen, I've tried to redraft the recommendations to mesh with what I heard you saying. So one would be receive the independent after action report and evaluation. Two would be direct the Santa Monica Police Department within 90 days to prepare a response to the report, setting out a plan for implementation of the report's recommendations, with priorities being leadership, planning, use of force, and mental well-being of police officers. And three, direct the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission within 90 days to review the report and prepare a response, setting out additional recommendations for consideration by council. Does that capture the motion?
Well, we are letting staff off, right? Because I see that bottom one, direct staff, right?
Well, I think what Councilmember McCune was thinking was that those reports would come back and then that direction would come from council after considering those reports.
Is that what you anticipated, Councilmember McEwen?
I would anticipate, of course, we'd get a staff report back with those reports. We rely on the assistance of staff to focus our efforts and to consolidate the information that comes to us. George, that is wonderful. The only thing that was missing from what I suggested was that the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission try to integrate this with the other issues they're looking at of how minorities are treated in our town, of discrimination. Let's roll that into this enchilada as well.
So prepare a report consolidating consideration of other. Prepare a response consolidating their consideration of other policing issues and setting out additional recommendations for consideration by council. And item 4, direct staff to develop a plan based on the reports from the police department and the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, including oversight by the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission for prioritization, independent evaluation, and public reporting on the status of SMPD's implementation of and it would just be the recommendations.
Let us make that the wonderfully detailed motion.
But we still have more discussion. So thank you very much, Councilmember.
Ask whether I would identify that as being the motion. I will if the seconder does, and then it's on the floor for discussion.
I'm fine with it, Kevin.
Great. So now, Councilmember McCowan.
Quick question, just because I'm personally unaware of the status of the commission and where it stands as far as commission members getting trained up and what their meeting schedule and everything else is. I just want to confirm that staff believes they're in a position to do something like this with a 90-day turnaround.
I don't think, I can answer that. I don't believe they have yet had their first meeting. So
no, and their first meeting apparently is scheduled for June, which is sort of problematic. But
so I don't think they would be in a position to do this within 90 days, since they won't have their first meeting until June.
So for the maker, is there a way that we can sort of word this so that it takes that into account? We still are giving that direction, but maybe not the exact timeline that's in there. That timeline for sure works with SMPD, but.
Well, so maybe we should have, and this depends on what the mover says, but maybe we should consider having their response in 120 days, and it includes the police compliance report.
120 is not as good as 90, but realistic is better than unrealistic.
Maybe PD's could be 60. I mean, maybe theirs could come a little bit sooner. I guess it's unrealistic, but
Kristen, remember.
Well, this is a good time to ask the chief, maybe, if 90 is doable.
I have a quick question. Can't we ask the Public Safety Commission to move up their first meeting, knowing that we have a task for them right away so they can set their meeting schedule? I'm sure, and I would bet that members of the Public Safety Commission would want to meet, would want to weigh in on this, and would want to meet, have extra meetings and subcommittees if necessary to work on this.
But they have to be staffed, Phil, and I know some of them are already working on these issues as they did when they were in the predecessor committee, but we still need to get them, as Kevin said, trained up, and they need to, and we need to get staff. Councilmember Davis.
So I also want to raise the issue, because I have the same concern Mayor Pro Tem McCowan does. I want to remind everyone we gave the Oversight Commission a 120-day time period in which to come back with a whole series of processes related to complaints and things like that. And so I think, and it's my understanding from talking to members of that they think that's a full plate in and of itself before we sort of heap this onto them. And so I'm wondering, at the risk of, and I'm not trying to slow things down at all, but if we've already given the Public Safety Oversight Commission a task to come back with complaint procedures, which are very complex because they have human relations implications and things like that, and union implications. We've asked them to come back with some other accountability procedures within 120 days of the date that we appointed them. Does it make sense maybe to ask the police department to come back with their response to the recommendations, and then once the Police Oversight Commission sees those recommendations, to then comment on them? Because presumably if we give the police 90 days, the Police Oversight Commission will be then into the work about complaint procedures and other things, and then they can respond to what the police department says, as opposed to having two separate groups trying to sort of prioritize. I mean, I'm sympathetic to the desire to get things done quickly, but I'm not sure if we aren't overloading a completely volunteer commission with two complete separate groups of very serious work to be done in 90 to 120 days.
I see Councilmember McEwen, Councilmember Brock, and Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
I'm very sensitive to a concern in the community, because I share it, that it took a hell of a long time for us to get to this point and to have the report. And that is why I'm trying to accelerate action based on the report as much as I can. However, I do hear we've got a new volunteer commission. They're volunteers, but they're chomping at the bit. They would love to get to work on this, but it may take them a bit of time. I do agree that the police department should be able to react much more quickly. In fact, I'm sure they're anticipating what we're about to say. We've already thought about how to do this. So I'd be open to modifying the motion to have the police department come back to us and explain how they're going to implement the 44 recommendations on a shorter timeline, then to give that to the PSRC to let them do it on a longer timeline. I'm a little uncomfortable leaving those as vague numbers. So can we get some idea from staff on how quickly they think the police department can tell us how they'll implement the 44 recommendations, have that come back perhaps as an info item. We maybe don't need to have a hearing on it at that point. And then how soon can staff up that commission to be able to do the required interpretation and further work? Just so we can put some numbers into this motion and not have it be sometime soon.
Yeah.
I'll let the police chief address the question regarding the police department. Chief Seabrooks, are you with us?
I sure am. Either the 60 or the 90-day or 90-day time window works for us. I would like to do as much of this work before my term is over, so that in preparing for new leadership, there is a logical transition with the assistance of police leadership, facilitating it with the new chief. So that said, I would lean more toward the 60-day time frame.
Yes, let's make it 60 then. I would like.
Okay, so the maker of the motion will then shift the motion be 60 days for PD. Now if staff can tell us realistically, when can the commission get to work?
So, Councilmember, Chief Seabrooks had said 60 days for PD. My understanding is that by information item is also agreeable to the police department. I think that makes a great deal of sense. Information item within 60 days from the police department. The Police Commission, they are busy scheduling their first meeting. The Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. They are working on schedules to get their first meeting. My recommendation would be that you allow them to report back to you with a work plan based on the work that you have given them, and that you ask for that work plan within maybe 60 days, or maybe we say 75 so that they can see the police department's report. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think of, you've already asked them for a number of things within 90 days is the problem.
So the motion would be that the police info item comes back in 60, and that it be turned over to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Committee no later than 75 days from now for them to give us some idea of when they can come back to us. We would leave open the date of when they'd actually come back to us, trusting that that commission wants to do this work and do it quickly. So the dates, the days in the motion would become 60 days for the PD to return and for a transmission of the PD document to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission by 75 days, and then the council would wait for their work plan on when something final would come back to council for whatever action we had to take.
That's correct. So you won't need that 75-day date because the information item will be public and available to everyone to see. So it will be directed to council, but also available on the web page, and we can immediately transfer that to them at that 60-day.
Do you think we need to set a date by which the PSRs can come back to us with the work plan?
I honestly do not. I do think that they are invested in getting their work done, but I want to defer to you on that if you think that is important.
We've handed them a lot, but they have to do the work.
They've already started, Kevin, I can tell you that.
How about if we just say no, that they're going to give us a work plan no later than 90 days. The work plan, not the finished product, but the idea of when they can do it. Is that reasonable?
That works for me, and I think that then they can structure their own. So if they think this is the priority versus what we gave them before, they can put that in their work plan.
So if the city attorney could make the modifications in the language, if the seconder of the motion is okay with those changes,
I'm fine.
Then that now becomes the motion on the floor for discussion.
And George, you can put it up, but I want to hear from Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So it seems reasonable that at the July 13th meeting, we can potentially hear back from PD on this. But, you know, I just want to flag this, and I may have missed it, but have we awarded the contract for the IG that's going to be the body that produces information to the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission? Has that, because I know Mayor Himmelrich has a better sense of where that commission is in their progress, but I wasn't sure if that.
Nobody knows that yet, but I think our city attorney might be able to, or our city manager.
Yes, the RFP process is underway, and my understanding is that the IG that we should be able to move forward in early June with a retention and bringing that person on board. So we're well underway with that RFP process.
A lot of the information gathering that the commission will be able to do will rely on that person also being in place. So some of what they'll, like, so they can't even really start until at least mid-June, right?
They should be developing a work plan and doing other work. And we do think the IG will be on board in June. George, City Attorney, do you agree with that?
Yes, and there is work that the commission can do before the IG is on board. For example, they can review the recommendations, they can review policies, and make general policy recommendations. It's just that they won't be able to review specific items that the Inspector General would have access to.
Sorry, that was a really loud helicopter. I always get nervous when the bird's up there. But the other, the reason I'm just kind of persisting on this, and I want to be very careful about the timelines for the commission, is just because as a resident when this all started, and then as a council member throughout this process, I think one of the biggest issues was not that it took a year.
to get to this OIR report. I think one of the biggest issues was the fact that people felt misled by what proved to be an unrealistic timeline. And so I just want to be very careful about what we put out there this time. So, but if this is what you all feel is reasonable, then I can support that.
So I'm going to put up on the screen, and feel free to correct this. All right, so is it being shared?
Yep, there you go.
So 1, receive the plan. 2, direct the Santa Monica Police Department within 60 days to prepare a response to the report in the form of an information item, setting out a plan for implementation of the report's recommendations, with priorities being leadership, planning, use of force, and mental well-being of police officers. 3, direct the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission within 90 days to review the information item and prepare a work plan for consolidating their consideration of other police issues and setting out additional recommendations for consideration by council. And 4, direct staff working with the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission to develop a plan, including oversight by the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission for prioritization, independent evaluation, and public reporting on the status of SMPD's implementation of the recommendations.
George, when does the 90 days begin to run? Does it begin to run from today, as the 60 days does, or does that run from the conclusion of the 60 days? I'm just a little unclear about that.
So I understood it, and maybe you can answer this, Councilmember McCune, but I understood it to run from today, so I could reword that as within 30 days after the information item.
The rewording would affect what I intended, which is 60 and 90 from now. Today is day 0.
And to go to Mayor Pro Tem McCowan's point, do we think 30 days will be enough for the Oversight Commission to review it and prepare a work plan? I just want to make sure. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem McCowan that we don't want to overpromise in terms of the speed with which we can do this, and then find ourselves once again explaining why the work's not done. And this commission is a volunteer commission, and it's great people, but they all have day jobs, or most of them do, I think, anyway.
You know what?
So the only thing that they're doing is a work. I'm sorry, Kevin, go ahead.
To be safe, let's make them both 60 days. That still means we'll get back to a council meeting in 120 days.
So it'll be 60 days for the PD and then an additional 60 days from the date of the information item to the PSROC,
Which
right?
gives the commission at least 2 months.
Right. You think that's enough?
Councilmember McCune, is the intent to have that work plan submitted to council for consideration?
Well, we're not actually. See, now we're talking about 2 separate things. At first, I was suggesting that within 30 days, they come back with a plan telling us how soon they can come back with recommendations to the council. Now we're asking them to actually finish the work plan. So that's why I was willing to make it be 60. My original intent had been within 30 days, they'd look at the amount of work and tell us how long it's going to take them. I'm not exactly sure what staff is telling us on their ability to staff that commission adequately, the work we're asking for.
Councilmember Brock.
I would ask that staff up that commission and get them going as soon as possible. As just a person who lives in the city, and take away my city council hat, damaged that it may be for a minute, and it sounds like we're putting off things. I would rely on the commission, the chair of that commission, to be able to come back to staff and say, hey, we need another 30 days, or we're on target. I think we're spending so much time worrying about the nuances of when they can come back. Let them come back to us, but look at the people in the city and our city council And staff and the police chief have all said they want to do this with all due haste. Now, we want something that's complete. We want something that works and is thorough, but we don't want this to take another year. And I would like the recommendations to be done and be able to be discussed before the next chief retires. So I'm just letting you know. I mean, that sounds, I'm being facetious, but I'm not. So I think Councilmember McEwen had it in the bag originally. By the time we stretch, I think we're going to end up in September, October, November. And I'd rather, for my part at least, I'd rather we not end up with that. So the police chief is coming back to us, I think we heard by the July 13th meeting. That's great. I anticipate that the commission will need an extra 60 days past that date to get to agree, disagree with the recommendations, or add more to it. I think otherwise, so it's 120 days for the commission to come back from right now, 60 days for the police to come back. I think that's reasonable. Otherwise, we're spending too much time nitpicking right now, to be honest. Thank you.
Councilmember McCowan.
Councilmember Brock, I appreciate what you're saying. I just have to strongly disagree with the idea that this is not an important thing for us to be responsible about, over-promising and under-delivering. The issue being, this commission is all that's happened is we've appointed commissioners. They haven't pulled lots. We don't know each one's length of service. They haven't picked the chair. You referred to a chair. They don't even have one yet. I mean, we don't know that they're going to be willing to have 5, 6, 7 hour long meetings, or even how often they're going to be able to do that. So I'm just trying to really be responsible about what we're putting out there, because this has backfired in the past. And I really do believe that a lot of the feelings and of disappointment post May 31st and post the fall had to do with a misrepresentation of timelines.
So is the 60-60 look? I mean, do you think that the 60 days plus 60 days is sufficient, Mayor Pro Tem?
I think it's more realistic.
Good.
Report to us early to say what can do ahead of time.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Let's hear, excuse me, yes. Councilmember Brock, let's hear from the city manager. Thank you.
There's one key point of disconnect that I want to clarify here. The police chief is proposing to come back at 60 days with an information item, which is a written item, not at a council meeting, which is sent directly to all of you and posted publicly on the website. So I just want everyone to be clear that that's what's happening at 60 days so that we don't confuse the community.
That will be, right. We understand, I think some of us understand that, right? Councilmember McEwen.
I think at 60 and 60, although we continue to talk, we're all scribbling in the margins of the same page, and maybe
right.
Go to a vote.
So this is the motion on the books. Does anyone have any comments before we vote on this and give additional direction? And I can't see because, of course, this is big. So if somebody can speak up and say if they have a comment. That would be no. So let's take a vote on the motion as it stands, and then if anybody has additional direction or comments, we can add it. So, Madam Clerk, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously. Now, is there Councilmember McEwen?
I'd like to add separately a direction that, notwithstanding the fact that it's one of the 44 recommendations, that the council direct staff, and that would be the city manager and then through the police chief, to make sure that body camera implementation is enforced.
I'll second that. Do we second direction, I guess? I can't wait to be back in person when we can do acclamation. Do we need a roll call vote on that, Denise?
Yes, if you want to give direction. Yes.
Well, maybe we should get all, does anybody have other directions? Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, I also want to direct that we give recognition and acknowledgement for all the good work that was done. There was some mistakes that are very public today, but there was also a lot of good work that was done. And so, in particular, I mean, just one, there was a lieutenant that stepped up, you know, and to fill the void and leadership. I mean, we should acknowledge the people that did good work. So we should think about that as well.
So I was going to go even further than that, Councilmember Delatorre, and I was going to suggest, and I'm not quite sure that when National Night Out is, my recollection is that it's in the summer, but I was going to suggest that we do some sort of event like that, a big citywide event that brings together an outdoor event for people in the city and our police to sort of re-meet each other, rejoin, and re-celebrate our new freedom. How about that? So does that work for you?
Yeah, that'll work. I think we're thinking along the same lines. So yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I do want to both celebrate the police and the job that was done, and but also celebrate coming back together and rebuilding the. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Any other?
Is that friendly to the maker? And I have to ask: is that friendly to the maker?
Oh.
Oh well, we'll just combine the two directions. Yeah, sure.
That's what. No, that's what I want to. Okay. Any other direction? And I can't see, oh, yes I do. I see everybody. Good. Let's take a roll call on this direction.
Councilmember Delatorre? Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and so that passes unanimously. And I think we have exhausted our discussion of this item, and we're ready to move on to our 13 items.
Yes. Okay, so item 13A is recommendation to accept Angela Scott's resignation from the Arts Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy. And we have no callers for this item.
Mayor Himmelrich, am I correct that OIR Group is free to depart?
Yes, and with our great thanks. I really appreciate the work you all have done. I think you did a really creditable job, and I look forward to talking to all of you again. Thank you. Okay, item 13A, I will move to accept with regrets.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Brock. Motion by Himmelrich, seconded by Brock. We can't do all the resignations at one time, Denise?
I was just thinking that.
Why not?
Interim City, George, is that a problem?
We have 4 resignations,
We have
George.
4 resignations.
No, they are listed as separate agenda items, but the council could combine those and do one vote on all of those. However, I believe the council would have to vote to combine them since they are listed as separate agenda items.
I move to combine 13A through 13D.
Second.
Second? Good. Roll call.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously, and now I move to accept with regrets the 4 resignations reflected in 13A through D.
Second.
Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by McEwen. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So we accept all of your resignations. We're sorry to see you go, but I think you're all moving on to other things. So now we're on to 13E.
Yes. Item 13E is request of Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember Brock that the City Council form an ad hoc committee of 3 council members to study and make recommendations to the City Council concerning the boards and commissions structure, including but not limited to commission consolidation and reclassification, methods of appointment, council liaisons, and staffing commissions. And we have no callers, I don't believe, at this point.
So I will introduce this during our discussion of boards and commissions. It seems like it was a year ago, but I guess it was only 2 meetings ago. I brought up the idea of an ad hoc that apparently was received favorably by staff. I think it's a good idea. I think we need to look at some issues that the former working group didn't look at, and I think we need to do a deep dive on things like liaisons, commission consolidation, how we appoint commissioners, and how we staff commissions. And I think that we on the council are in the best position to look at this, and that's why I thought this was a good idea. Councilmember Brock?
And Mayor, just to let you know, we do have a caller for this item.
For me, very simply, I support Mayor Himmelrich's recommendation, and I believe we should move forward with that. It'll give more definition to the continuation of commissions and boards, which are integral to our city structure.
So let's have the speaker, please.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. I wonder why you need an ad hoc committee on these issues. First, about consolidation of the commissions. I have to ask if this will result in one form of services being provided to all, when seniors and the disabled need more individual services. I also wonder how you will financially account for the funds acquired by these commissions individually, or will you be planning to mix funding together to misappropriate it? Next, let's go to the subject of liaisons. Here I'd like to encourage everyone to look at the February 21st, 2011 Santa Monica Mayor article titled, Article Prompts Santa Monica City Council to End Liaison Program, where it refers to an article by attorney Michael Dean in Western City citing, as innocent as council members' motives may be, when he or she attends a planning commission meeting or other subordinate committee meeting, he or she may be crossing an unethical boundary. With former city attorney Marcia Motry submitting a staff report for the council's discussion, in addition to her statement, we concur with the writer's conclusion that there are, from legal and ethical perspectives, certain problems with our current system, and we agree with the concerns he raised. So please do tell me what has legally or ethically changed since then that you feel would allow you to go back to heavy liaisons because I don't see any. Also in the article, Kevin McEwen made the statement, I truly believe our boards and commissions are highly important. So now one would have to wonder why women, people needing social services, seniors, and the disabled are not important anymore. Personally, I'd like to strongly encourage you to keep the Senior Commission and the Disability Commissions as separate commissions. Otherwise, it might be seen as another action by you to discriminate against seniors and the disabled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. My only question here would be procedural. Shall we, do we have any comments or questions from council members? So my question is this, and is whether we should figure out who's going to be on this ad hoc, because I'm actually worried we aren't going to get to 3. So we might need to change the motion.
I was going to ask, Mayor, I'm sorry, I was going to ask for this. First, I think you need to first need to decide and vote on whether or not you have the votes to move forward. And then we need to go through and figure out who the 3 are going to be, if it passes.
Well, I'm just worried about making because I think an ad hoc doesn't have to be 3 members. And I'm worried that if we could only get 2, right, that it not impede it. So let me make the motion that council form an ad hoc committee of 2 or 3 council members to study and make recommendations to the city council concerning the boards and commission structure, including but not limited to commission consolidation and reclassification, methods of appointment, council liaisons, and staffing of commissions.
Second.
Moved by Himmerich, seconded by McEwen. Councilmember Brock.
I'm fine.
Okay, so Denise, may we have a roll call on this, please?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmerich?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but apparently we did have another caller for 13E.
Okay.
Can they transfer the person in?
There's no number there. There's no call showing up.
Hold on, we're figuring out the technical issue.
Yeah, we don't see any callers.
So, volunteers. Bill, you and I are definitely in, and Kristen. That work for everyone? Great.
Well, I have a comment.
Mayor, you have, if you're going to do the appointment, you have to do the appointment by a roll call vote because of the.
I understand. I'm just taking volunteers right now, and I want to figure out if anybody else wants to do it. So, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Davis? Oh, no. You froze. You can't hear.
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Now we can. Yep.
Okay, good. I apologize. With all due respect, Mayor, I am a little concerned on every ad hoc. We know you have a contribution. Cowan could chair the ad hoc quite competently, and maybe it's an opportunity for someone else to serve on an ad hoc.
I would love that. I mean, that would be great. I was trying to, are you interested in serving, Councilmember Davis?
I'd be happy to serve if there's
So, Mayor, before you guys do that,
I think I heard her say yes.
I was going to say,
Let's vote right now.
well, no, before we vote, we still have a caller.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So there are two callers showing up right now. Are they both for 13E or is one for 13F?
I think one is E and one is F.
Transferring Dolores Sloan.
Welcome, Dolores Sloan. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can, Dolly, go.
Oh, good, good. Hello, everybody. This is Dolores Sloan. I'm a commissioner in the Landmarks Commission, and I'm representing them tonight. Just last night, we had our very first opportunity to respond at an agendized meeting to the proposals of the Community Working Group regarding the changes requested for boards, commissions, and task forces. Now, first of all, the Commission believes that the kind of action that is requested by Commissioner Brock and Mayor Himmelrich is very much needed because the way that the entire study was done, and no one is blaming anyone, but the pandemic conditions and the inability of commissioners to be able to answer a very lengthy questionnaire or to be involved in any way in questions regarding their participation means that what is recommended is very necessary. So we support the request. But we also want to make it clear that that the ad hoc committee recognized that there's a difference among the bodies, that some of them are quasi-judicial and some of them are procedural, that the quasi-judicial ones, such as the Landmarks Planning and Architectural Review Board, have specified regulations and rules that are set forth in their governing ordinances that regard appointments, terms of services, qualifications, and rules of order.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Do I get extra time for representing a commission like we used to? May I go on?
I'm sorry, Dolly. I'm sorry, but I think that we understand that there are different kinds of commissions. So, I move that the commission be composed of Councilmember McCowan, Councilmember Brock, and Councilmember Davis. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Great. Moved by Himmelrich, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously. I look forward to seeing the results. So I think we're on to 13F.
Item 13F is request of council members De La Torre, Parra, and Brock that as part of the city's efforts to eliminate and mitigate the vestiges of white supremacy and racial injustice in the city of Santa Monica, the City Council directs staff to address community concerns related to the display of the 1930 Stanton McDonald Wright mural at the entrance of to Santa Monica City Hall. We do have callers on this, but I'm going to let the council members go more into this. Councilmember De La Torre?
I'm sorry, Councilmember De La Torre. I'm sorry. Yes, go.
Yes, thank you all very much for hearing us out on this item. We bring this item forward so that we can engage the community in the process to re-envision the public art that adorns our city hall. We understand that the Stanton McDonald Wright mural, the history of Santa Monica, was done in the 1930s, and it has value. Some think it's beautiful art. I personally like the art. I just feel that it's very problematic, to have it now as it stands within the halls of our government, a place that should be inclusive. Today, for example, we heard that we heard a beautiful presentation about our Asian brothers and sisters and AAPI brothers and sisters who are not really considered as part of the debate on racial justice. And for us, it's real important to expand the concept of what racial justice is. People who have experienced injustice, the first peoples of this nation, Native American, Indian people, have not been, depicted in a positive way throughout our history, and omitted from textbooks and so forth. And it's really problematic to have it in a mural to show one group as a superior and another group as inferior, and always the darker skinned person as an inferior person. And so, and for me, personally, when I asked my son when he was like 10 years old, and I asked him what he saw on that wall, and he said, well, there's Spaniards and Indians. And I go, do you see anyone being superior and inferior? And he said, yes. He said the Spaniards are superior and the Indians are inferior. And I asked him, who do you look most like? And he looked at his arm, and he saw that the image on the wall is the Indians are darker skinned like him, and he said, I look more like the Indian. And I go, how does that make you feel? And he said, not good. So the children that see this, they are going to receive an impression of it. There's no explanation at all. There's been protests, at least 2 that I participated in, and I think it's time for us to address this in a way that saves the art. People were calling for the removal of the art. I think that's a whole other process, but I think the compromise would be that we would cover the art and engage the community in the process to determine what type of art we want, what type of public art do we want on our walls that's inclusive, that's respectful, that's welcoming to everybody that comes into our city hall, which is owned by everyone, especially the taxpayers and the residents of the city, and to really engage the community in developing, artwork that really, talks about the real history of Santa Monica, of our city, and all people's contributions to it. So that's the spirit of what we're doing here. We're not censoring art. We're definitely expanding on it and figuring it out, engaging the community in the process, which is our values, to hear all opinions and to come up with a better solution, better public art that's more inclusive. So that's the spirit, and I want to allow Phil and Christine if they have any more to add to what I just said.
Councilmember Brock, and then Councilmember Parr.
So, in 2017, as a member of the Arts Commission, Chair Myers, Commissioner Katagiri, and myself met with members of the Tongva tribe and university professors from Southern California about the mural. And at the time, we thought we left the meeting and came to our next Arts Commission meeting and thought that a representative plaque would be added to the murals at the entrance of City Hall, because as I and Oscar and Christine are tired of hearing this, and some other people in the city, but for my part, my grandparents and parents were here, but they didn't identify with the South mural, which was tennis players, polo players, yachtsmen. My parents, grandparents never had any of that. So I looked at both and said, we need a more contemporary explanation of the right murals, which were justifiably fairly famous pieces of art in our city. But we also need an explanation. And I thought, and I can't speak for Commissioner Katagiri or Chair Myers, but we thought that the art that was going to be commissioned for the adjunct to City Hall East, would all be representative of the people that we all grew up seeing in Santa Monica, that we would show a more representative view of our Native Americans, a view of our Japanese and Mexican and Polish and German and African American immigrants to our city who did so much. If I recall, Councilmember McCowan said her grandfather came to the city to be a steel worker or a builder, if I recall, from the South. And so there were so many of us, so many people in the city that came, and they were bricklayers and they were artisans and they worked at Douglas Factory. And I hoped that the rest of the City Hall, that $600,000 in public art, was going to represent that. Instead, the public art was a series of plastic or glass things in a stairwell that only the staff could see and the public weren't going to be invited to. Well, I thought that was wrong. So I think we need to have a robust discussion. I'm, in this case, happy that Councilmember Delatorre has brought this forward. And for some who may think it's a little bit brusque way to do it, I think there are times that we've seen over the last year that all of us in the city need to take a stand once in a while, and we need to make sure that we embrace all ethnicities, all diversity from the 1500s to now. And if something isn't right, that we provide an explanation. Thank you.
Christine,
I just wanted to bring one other, small thing to light. That I appreciate the art by Stanton McDonald Wright and understand, I think, what his intent was. But if we were really to put it into context, this was created in the 1930s, and it was during a period of time where our city was, being redlined by banks. And that message, in addition to what this portrays to those of us of color, it looks like a Native American being subservient, to the Spaniards. I mean, every facial features on all of the people portrayed on both murals have eyes, clearly defined eyes and what have you, but the Native American does not, so forth and so on. And so, it kind of adds to that, subserviency, and then also being a savage. And so I think that we can do better. And I really am looking forward to community engagement about how we can address this, whether it's a plaque, an explanation, whatever it may be. But so thank you, Councilmember Delatorre, for bringing this forward.
So Councilmember McCowan, typically it's introduced, then we have speakers, and then we have comments. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, I guess. How many speakers do we have?
We have 2 callers.
Good. So let's hear the callers, and then we can have.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening. I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with this action of changing and defacing the 1930 Stanton McDonald Wright mural at the entrance of City Hall. Here I have to ask if you've ever done a piece of art. If so, how would you feel if people wanted to deface that piece of art with things they wanted? Because that's no different than what you're proposing now. So let's take a minute to look at the number of people killed by the police, which is what the movement for equity and justice seems to be based on. And I apologize, the numbers are a couple weeks old. Whether it be statistics from the Washington Post database, Freedom Talk Media, or public discourse, they all say the same thing, that the white demographic has the highest share of killings by the police, which would bring us back to your mob rule mentality that is being given to the public misinformation, based on giving the public misinformation. And to expand a little further, when do the police normally have to use excessive force when people are resisting arrest? Then according to Social Work Blog, resisting arrest results in 50% excessive force being done physically, 19% by firearm, and 14% by mixed use, including taser, canine, and chemical. So with this information in mind, one would have to wonder why you are misleading the public to a mob rule mentality and taking it to the extent of destroying a piece of art that served the city well for 90 years or more. It really does have to make one wonder where your real priorities are. Might it be a better idea to put the art which you want in another part of City Hall, which would not only preserve the 1930 mural, but will also show the growth and expansion of the residents in Santa Monica? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Transferring Jeremy Gonzalez.
Welcome, Jeremy Gonzalez. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Member of the Tonga tribe. Great-grandmother is Jenny Acuna, the last living princess of our tribe, and it's very troublesome to me that you guys would even have a discussion about this mural without thinking about painting over it, or maybe, you know, putting a mural of Toya Perina, one of our, you know, indigenous warriors that fought for our tribe. As you know, we're the first indigenous people in the Los Angeles Basin, and we were enslaved by the Spanish to build the Catholic mission in the city of San Gabriel. I respect the city of Santa Monica for what you guys have done to honor us with the park there, you know, but as far as this mural goes, you know, you guys really need to do something about it. To change the narrative of that mural. Hello?
We're here.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Kristen?
That was the last caller.
Thank you. Kristen?
I just want clarification from Councilmember De La Torre and Parham Brock. This is or is not about removing the mural. This is simply about providing context for it and putting up signage, or is it both? Or I just want to make sure I fully understand what we're doing, because the last caller, I mean, that was, you know, it's sad. So I want to understand what our goal is here today versus what he was addressing in the call.
Yeah. So the caller talked about changing the narrative, and you know, he talked about Toy Purina. Toy Purina was you know, a rebel, you know, who fought for the indigenous rights, you know, here in Los Angeles, and so none of that is depicted, right? Native people fought as well. Like that's not what we see in the walls in this mural. And so the proposal that we have, the item, how it's worded is to create a temporary, how would you say, it's like a it's not a canvas over it. You can still see the mural. The mural will still be visible, but there will be other images that we can superimpose. So it's like, imagine like a see-through mesh where you could still see the mural. If you want to see that, those images in the back, you can see them, but it'll give us an opportunity to put other images forward as well. And then that will give us some time to engage in a robust discussion with the community about what we want to see, you know, in images in our public space, especially at our city hall. And as time goes on, there might be a longer term plan to place the mural in a more appropriate venue, something that will be more around, you know, museums, for example, where it could be appreciated and discussed. Where you go to a museum, you know, you go to see art, you know, you go to see controversial art even, you know. When you come to City Hall, you expect to see images that are well thought out, respectful, you know, and on top of that, that at least exemplifies our values as a city. What are the values of Santa Monica? You know, the image has been up for what, almost 90 years, right? And so it's time for us to reflect on those images, what it means and the harm that it creates to people who see themselves in the art, you know, and for myself, it's personal for me as well. You know, I see myself in art. And so that's the idea. The idea is not to destroy the mural, not to censor it, you know, it's not doing that, but it's given us an opportunity to see it differently and to expand the concept of what public art should look like and what it should be within our city hall.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate the clarification.
So I have a question, Councilmember Delatorre. I have gotten a couple calls, and I think you have too, from people involved in landmarks who actually think it should be contextualized, et cetera, but don't believe the scrim, and I can't quite picture what it would look like. In other words, they don't think it should be covered. They think it should be contextualized, right, and even moved. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it'll give us an opportunity to do that, you know. There's a lot of things that can be done, but to not do anything and to just leave it as is and not vote on an item that will allow us to recontextualize and see other images and so forth. You know,
that wasn't my question. Was simply about putting the scrim over it. It's not about doing. I mean, the rest of it, as we've discussed before, I'm in favor of. My problem is putting a covering over it, based on what the landmarks folks said.
Yeah, well, the landmarks, they have their opinion. There's, you know, a lot of other people that have called me as well that feel very positive about it. They're not going to, you know, write letters and so forth. And I mean, it's really about what's in our heart right now tonight. You know, what do we feel is the right thing to do? We have a proposal to do something, and I think it's a compromise. Staff told us that it would cost $300,000 approximately to move the mural, right? We think that money should be better spent on homelessness and crime and so forth. So we don't want to cause that type of expenditure. So we're trying to figure out what's the least amount of money that we can spend, and then buy us some time with a community engagement process so that we can figure out a better solution moving forward. But for now, yes, it would be covered up, still visible, but covered up in a way that has other images, right? And we don't know exactly what those images are because we'd like to engage an artist, you know, to help us to have a more contemporary look, you know, for what we want on those walls.
Councilmember Brock. You're muted. Welcome to my world.
I'll diverge a little bit from Councilmember Delatorre. I believe when we looked in 2017, it was impossible to move the piece of art without destroying it because it was not on a separate piece of plaster. So that could be a problem. Now, I could be wrong and have a bad recollection there because I was also just informed that it was Roger Genzer at the meeting and maybe not Yao Katagiri. So I'm getting old. My memory may be fading. I want that robust discussion. And I think the appropriate thing right now would be to come back and find out. Oscar is asking for a temporary cover that would help provoke discussion, and I may be wrong in what I may be paraphrasing erroneously right now. But I would like to have the city come back and find out how much would that temporary gauze covering even cost. So we have an idea of what the cost is, because it may be prohibitive and we may have to come up with a different idea. So, but I think, at least for me, I want the discussion to begin in earnest. And I may be totally off from Councilmember Dillatore right now, and I apologize if I am, but that's what I want to see. The discussion commence, and I don't want us to spend $50,000 on putting a covering over the mural either, because I need that money. We all need that money to address homelessness and address public safety and address the other things in a still lean budget year. But we can't put this off for another year, 2 years, 4 years, and see nothing go on.
Councilmember Davis, I saw your hand. Are you still in?
I just have a clarifying question. So I understand we've been talking about the mural at the north, on the north side, but are we also talking about, because Councilmember Brock mentioned the mural on the south side? Because although it doesn't have racist overtones, it certainly has, I think as Councilmember Brock pointed out, elitist overtones. So are we talking about contextualizing both murals and covering both murals, or just the one mural? I'm just asking for clarification.
Councilmember Brock.
On my part, I would like both. If we're going to cover one, temporarily we cover the other and we have that robust discussion about both. Because honestly, I think what we're going to look at is say that neither represents Santa Monica fully, or University High in the Springs there.
And the other thing that needs to be said is, I mean, we're inspired by movements throughout the country, right? Confederate soldiers, and we look at in San Francisco even, even like in our school district, where children in the 4th grade were all obligated to develop a mission, bring a model of the mission system, and that was even let go. That's something that the state is not requiring as part of the core curriculum. Why? Because we weren't telling that history right. We're not talking about the atrocities or the slavery and all of that. But we know that exists. We know that happened, and so. For a progressive community like Santa Monica, I think it's appropriate for us to do what we're talking about tonight, and we're not censoring the art. It's not going to be destroyed, but it's definitely going to give us an opportunity to look at, to re-envision what public art should look like within the halls of our democracy and our city hall.
So before I call on anyone else, I hope someone is thinking about making a motion, because basically we need to act on this. We could talk about it for 2 more hours. So, Councilmember McCowan.
Go ahead, but make the.
I
thought we were voting on the item, but I move that we approve the item.
I was just gonna say one thing, and maybe it informs the motion that's made, just because I'm hearing some concern about possible censorship or just sort of it seems the most important thing that we all seem to agree on is contextualizing this artwork, and that seems like something we can potentially do immediately, while also requesting that there be some community engagement in the process of determining what is ultimately done going forward. And so I don't know, Councilmember Dillatore, if that goes far enough for you to start with those 2 things and not do the scrim part if that's the concern of the Landmarks Commission. But obviously, I just usually on these 13 items, we like to get to sort of some level of unanimous consent when possible. So I just want to make sure we can maybe get to that place. But
yeah, just so that you know, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Well, so I think covering up with a gauzy scrim with even temporary plaques on top of that sort of depicts that history in a better way on both sides might be fun, and then have the Arts Commission and the Landmarks Commission start to tackle it and see what they come back with. All we're really doing right now is presenting a concept that we're frustrated with what's there. How could we make it better? Now, look at it. If they could be moved, that's great, because the history, even though it depicts St. Monica's Tears, the actual location of that is University High School. If you look at the South mural, most of that, the polo is in Pacific Palisades, right? The yachts, the planes, both those murals are not necessarily Santa Monica centric. So I move that we.
Councilmember Delatorre made the.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman.
Are you going to second it?
I'll second it, whatever he says. Within reason.
Call the question.
Councilmember McEwen.
Jeremy Gonzalez represented tonight a voice we don't often, almost never hear, the voice of the indigenous Tongva. And what he asked us to do was to change the narrative, not stop the narrative, change. And I was fully supportive in 2017 of what we came up with, which was to get out the information and recontextualize. And the ball got dropped and the pandemic hit. And I understand because we're reopening City Hall, this is resurfacing. And I'm quite comfortable with recontextualizing those murals. I also see them as a part of our history. The mural most in question is an artistic representation of a mythic event from the 1500s, done in the 1930s, now being seen through 2020 eyes. And I wouldn't be surprised if whatever artwork we put up now in 2020, in the year 2100, will be seen as impossibly old-fashioned and out of keeping with contemporary views of life in Santa Monica. That's kind of inevitable. But the positive thing here is for us to look at those murals and realize that's our history. Those who forget their history are doomed to repeat it. So let's look at our history with clear eyes and recognize the mistakes that were made, the tragedies that happened, the inequities, all of that, but not hide it. The part of this that I just don't understand is the desire to hang something over those murals. If we really want to have a community conversation, let us stand there in the lobby of City Hall looking at those murals in good light. And let's notice things like what Councilmember Delatorre pointed out, that the white people, the Spaniards, and the polo players all have defined eyes, and the native people don't. What does that mean? What does that tell us about how the events of the 1500s were seen in the 1930s? What does that tell us about who we hope to become and to be today? I think that's the way, is to look at those murals, not cover them over. So, I mean, I'm very supportive of the interpretive part, the contextualization, but I cannot vote to cover those murals over. I think that takes us in the wrong direction. That is not what we're being asked to do if we're being asked to change the narrative.
Yeah, it's not about covering the murals. You'll still be able to see the murals, and you can take a picture of the murals. The murals have run their course, 90 plus years. Why don't we put a picture of Toy Purina? Then let's add that. Then let's add, to honor Jeremy Gonzalez, a descendant of the Tongva Gabrielino natives in this land. Let's put an image. Then we can decide right now to put an image of Toy Purina. Toy Purina was the Joan of Arc of the Americas, known as the Joan of Arc of the Americas, a woman that fought, and gave her life and was tortured and murdered and killed, Toy for her efforts to free her people from that oppression that was being brought on by the Spaniards, in California. We can put Toy Purina and in honor of Jeremy Gonzalez's comments, because I don't want you to misuse his comments to do something that he didn't say. He said he was surprised we were even debating this, that it should not be debatable. Those images are wrong, So, I mean, look, I'd like to add that we add the image of that when we recontextualize this, that the image of Toy Purina is prominent. Doesn't have to be the only image, but prominently displayed on the mesh. And by the way, I didn't come up with the concept of the mesh. This was our arts director or cultural arts director that came up with the concept as a compromise to removing the images. So this is a compromise. We're working with staff. We're being patient. 3 years already in the making. I think it's time for us to move forward. And so I want to add that to the motion, if that's okay with the seconder, Councilmember Brock.
So I have two things to say. First of all, I think that takes away from the public input part. I don't think, Oscar, that we're talking about public input and getting public input about how to do it, and now you're deciding what we need to put there. And I think that ultimately you may be able to do that, but to do that tonight is really premature in light of your express goal to really involve the public in this process. But apart from that, I was going to wonder if it would be a friendly amendment to say that we could put mesh on until the context is there. In other words, until we create the context for these murals, and that that will spur faster creation of the context.
Yeah, if we just approve, look, I only responded to an image because the comments.
No, but did you hear? I hear you, but did you hear my friendly amendment?
I said call the question and just vote on it.
You mean just the way it is? Okay.
Just the way it is.
Councilmember Brock. You're muted.
It's late. I may be reading the room wrong, but I think the object of this is to get the discussion moving. Councilmember Della Torre, I think some compromise is in order. And if we can actually get this discussion going, if we lose the vote, nothing happens.
It's great if we lose the vote because the people will speak eventually. I don't care about losing the vote.
Okay, I always go into everything saying I'd rather find a way that we work it out. So
our city manager may solve this.
Hold on one second. Councilmember Mayor Himmelrich suggested she was willing to see the mesh put up, and that the Landmarks Commission and everyone else, the Conservancy and everyone would start really discussing this in the Arts Commission. So I go back to what I said. I think City Manager Dilge's office should find out what it would cost to put that mesh up, that gauze material, but I don't think we put anything on top of it right now. We start that robust discussion in the city about, can it be moved? Should it stay? Should there be an explanation? What goes on with it? So that's what I'll support.
Is that your substitute motion, Councilmember Brock?
I don't know if I put it into a motion. Sure. It's not a very good motion. George is going to have to help me out.
Yeah, City Manager, please.
Council, I simply want to quickly provide some background, which is that the council member approached staff with a desire to move this more quickly, as many of you have said. As a result, the proposal that you see in his 13 item is something that that staff worked on to try to ensure that the mural would still be visible and that it would be a cost-effective temporary solution it is in our view, and I believe the council member is on the same page with this, it is in our view a temporary solution intended to initiate the longer term conversation, and it is something that we could do within at a relatively low budget, and we believe we could do well, but only as a temporary solution. It is not something we can do well at a low budget for the long term.
Well, that's exactly what I supported. It sounds like Councilmember Brock might go for that.
I will go for it. I think Councilmember Delatorre will go for it too, on the provision that we promised to have that robust discussion.
It's in the motion. I mean, in the item, we're talking about the same thing, right? It's all the same thing.
And it does say temporary there. Okay.
Temporary.
Confusing is the lack of clarification or understanding on the issue of what is on this scrim and like who's making those decisions, and if that's a thing that's happening now or if that's a thing that's happening later. And so that's what I'm a little bit confused by.
So as the 13 item is worded, it would just have the installation of the temporary artistic scrim without anything painted on that scrim or placed on that scrim as a temporary measure. And then the discussion, and Councilmember Delatorre, tell me if I'm wrong in interpreting this, but the discussion would then follow as to what to do in terms of putting anything on the scrim or putting on some other cover or doing something else with the mural. That would be the longer term discussion.
Correct. You're right on that. We're not voting on art. We're voting on a scrim, and we'll engage in art. The community will be engaged on what goes on there. You know, the idea is to get it moving.
City Manager Dill, do you have something else to say?
I simply want to say, in terms of what's on there, it would be artistic, so I can't promise it would be entirely blank. It would be temporary, and then as the council member said, the ultimate art is something you would be deciding in a much longer process, which need not involve the scrim itself. This would be a temporary solution, but our art staff would work on it to ensure that it's not terrible looking in the midst of our city hall. So we need at least that license.
Councilmember Brock.
Could I propose an amendment to that, Councilmember Delatorre, if you would accept, that the save scrim be put on the south mural as well?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote.
Councilmember Delatorre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
No.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra, and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 6-1.
Mayor, I'd like the record to reflect the reason for my no vote, which is that I believe covering up the mural is the wrong way to start a discussion of how we should look at works of art in landmark buildings in 2021. That what we're doing here is we're going down the path of obscuring and forgetting our past instead of changing the narrative and recontextualizing what's on those walls. I really regret that we're voting to do this.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think we're on to 14 items.
So 14 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item, and we have no callers.
Then, do we have any adjournments? No. This meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is Friday, May 14th at 5:00 p.m. It is a special meeting. Good night, all.
Good night, everyone. God bless.
We only missed it by 5